Mhm. 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 Yo. Hello, Davey. Hello, Davey. How are you doing? As you can see, we're back. We're back to VS Code. We'll see if it actually is better than the Vim or not. Vim was okay. I think there's like just like two problems with it that make VS Code better. But generally it's okay. I don't think the what's Gnome? Gnome is this thing. So I'm still on Linux. I'm not on Windows, but it's like the window manager is different. I can do this and that. All right. This is just like one of the Linux desktop environments. Like you can make your Linux look like a lot differently. You know, like Windows is pretty much like looks all the same all the time, but for Linux you can customize everything, how it looks and how it works. So here's the GNOME. We have the calendar here. Here's my like CPU stats and different workspaces. You know, I have an eye that's looking at my mouse over here at the top, just for fun. You know, it's like the thing that a lot of people use. So it is more stable than Hyprland that I was using before. So hopefully it's not going to crash on me. All right, and what I want to do here before we go on to Linksider is I want to work on the bot so that we actually have, instead of the green screen, so like, hold on, um, over here. I just going to work on it very little bit, which is I want to make so that the transparency works in as like for like the window here. If you remember, the way it works right now is that I'm doing the green screen and then I'm green screening this window, but we can actually make this window transparent. So that's what I want to
Hi.
do. Hello, Nerdsoul. So I already tried. Hi, Nerdsoul. By the way, did you see that? Did you see that? Hold on, let me show you this again. Look at the window and how it's appearing here. Do you like that? Look at this. Not the little glitches, but the window itself. Look how it closes. I'm going to Alt F4 right now. Activate NixOS. Look at how when I close it, this little animation. This is so cool. You know, can your Hyperland do that? No, it cannot, but Gnome can. All right, Gnome officially better than Hyperland. All right, and activate NixOS. Yeah, that's also just for fun. It's yeah. All right. Gnome got animation, so it and yeah, and it is like battle tested. A lot of people use that, so you know. The only problem right now is that it's not like the tiling, but honestly, does it matter much? I don't think it matters much. You know. Hello, unknown age person. Yeah, Davey, how old are you? All right. I think the only problem is the that it's not the tiling window manager, right? So we have the floating windows and things like that. Sometimes it's actually good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes I want the tiling, but honestly, like you can just do tiling like this, just like you do in Windows, right? You can split the windows, the screen space between the two, like that. Like on Windows, I mean, yeah, it's not perfect, but it works, and yeah, I don't know, it's okay. But there is also extensions for them. I tried it a little bit, but it didn't work out of the box as I wanted to, so I might like try it out more. How about this though? By the way, did you ever try this the scrollable window tiling manager? Did you ever try this? Is this window manager the only one that does it? So like the idea is that your windows are in an infinite scrolling workspace. So you can scroll left and right and you have multiple workspaces. Kind of like on macOS. If you used the Mac before, you can scroll between the workspaces left and right by swiping, right? But it's like all workspaces are like not entire screen, but they can be, as you can see, like this, you know? It's like a big monitor that you can scroll left and right. So yeah, jump scare doesn't work yet. Hold on. I'm going to work on the bot right now. I'm supposed to change this green screen into an actual transparent window so that when you do the fart command, the farts are not going to be green screened, you know? So what I want is to change this green screen into an actual transparent window, okay? So how do I do that? You want a refund? We don't do refunds on this channel, I'm sorry. So I already looked into this a little bit. We have the window native over here, right? So when I'm creating the window, the winit library can do a transparent window. I tried that and it didn't work for some reason. Wait, this is the title, this is transparent. So this sets whether the background of the window should be transparent. If this is true, writing colors with alpha values different than 1.0 will produce a transparent window. On some platforms, this is more of a hint for the system, and you will still have the alpha buffer. Default is false. So I set it to true, I think, right? Because somewhere the bot inside our client, when I'm creating it, I do set transparency to be true, right? So yeah, I'm not sure why it doesn't work right now. Oh, by the way, look at this animated cursor in VS Code. In VS Code, the cursor is also animated. It doesn't look as fancy as the Neovide, but everything else is much prettier, I think, and looking better here than in Vim. VS Code. No, VS Code is actually better. Like it has more functions than Vim. Literally. Like look at this. I have both my project and the engine opened at the same time. Can you do that in Vim? No, you cannot. Can you do that in Helix, by the way? I don't think you can. But we can. If you use your mouse as your main editor tool. Like see, like the Vim people, they seem to hate mouse, but it's just because they're bad at it, I think. You know, they don't know how to use it, maybe. Mouse is a tool that allows you to be more productive, you know? Keyboard is just one tool. Keyboard is just the tool to type text, but we can use the mouse to be more productive. You hate using your hands. You know, like it's going to like turn out really bad for you. You know, moving your hands, like, and moving in general is healthier than not moving, you know? Like when you're old, you will understand. We don't know if Davy understands that because we don't know how old Davy is. Do you go out? Of course I go out. I go out, then I go in, you know? I do move. Alright. Hold on. Why is my window not transparent? Let's take a look at the documentation. So, I'm going to go docs, win it. And we literally did the transparency. Right? Transparent? Over here? Wait, hold on. Platform specific. Windows, X, Web, iOS, Android, Orbital, unsupported. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why do they? Why do they? Wait, hold on. I don't understand. Why do they even have that? If none of the platforms are support. Wait, what platform is supported then? Is it a Mac that is supported? Oh shit. Wait, what platform is supported? They literally list all of them. Issues. Transparency. Transparency example not working. Window transparency broken on Windows, but they in the documentation they say that Windows is unsupported. Hmm? Am I on Gnome Wayland? Yes, we are. I think that's the default these days, the Wayland, even on Gnome. Yeah, pretty sure I'm using Wayland. I mean, everything is working, so yeah. Transparent window support. Wait, is the documentation old because people are talking about something about Windows and not that it's not unsupported? It should work fine when actually drawing something onto the Windows surface, which the examples don't do. With the changes from the PR, the screen windows we can do. This is about Windows though. Can I do transparency on not Windows? Wait, hold on. So transparency broken on Windows. They actually did make transparent over here. Look at this. This example. And I am on Wayland, right? So maybe it is not supported on the X11, but on Wayland it is. Although we are actually not working on Wayland. Because we have an environment variable, which is winit Unix backend. It is being set to X11, right? Let's try Wayland. Cargo run. Wayland does not work, does it? Why did I change it to X11? Do you remember? Oh shit, wait. Hold on. Is it actually transparent? Where is it? Where is the window? It is transparent, I don't even see it. Hold on. 1. Does anyone see the window? I don't see it. It's transparent to the OS. I saw it appearing originally, but then it just disappeared. And I don't see it at all. Oh no. Hmm. How about we... let's see. Transparent X11. Alright. I have no idea. I don't see anything. Let me search for with transparency. With transparency, let's take a look at the issues. Now let's take a look at the code. Wait, how can I not find anything about with transparency in code in this repository if this is the API that I'm using? Oh, it's with transparent. Okay, with transparent. All right. Issues. What is this? Creating a window without decorations results in an invisible window. Maybe that's what happened to me. Wait, what happens if I do full screen? Hold on. Flap. Flatten. King. 3 args. And run. Mm-hmm. Let's do this. Cargo run. Full screen. True. It doesn't compile. From args. King args. Maybe if it's full screen, it is still green. Okay. How about Wayland though? Let's try Wayland. So the window appears over here. But then I don't see it anymore. Yeah, the window just stops being there for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Alright, maybe it is impossible to fix this bug, alright? Maybe it is. Right now with Winit, at least. They say that it is unsupported here. Can I patch WinIt so that it works though? Like, can I implement the transparency myself? If they don't support it, I can make a support myself, right? Let's see, what is this? We create an unowned window. And then when we're creating, we do something. If transparent, find a suitable visual. The info. This is for the xlib, alright? Visual depth require color map. Well, it looks like they do something about the transparency here, actually. So why maybe the documentation is just still saying that it's unsupported, because I don't see in the debug logs that we could not set the transparency, right? We failed to set cursor. That's a different thing, though. That is a different thing. Where are they calling any? Yeah, this is the X11 platform. Visual depth require color map. The info initialized. I don't know anything about X11 API like at all. So we use the Xcreate window and the transparency. Well, if we are over here, then the transparency is not even being checked, right? I think I want to do a patch just to test. Can I wait? Hold on. Maybe you know what? Maybe let's actually debug this. Can I just debug? How do I debug? Does anyone know how to debug? LLDB. Can I store because no launch configuration can be provided? Can I generate launch configuration for its target? Yes. All right. What do you mean? What do you mean test? Oh, that's wrong though. Hold on. I don't want this file to be there because I want to work in this one. VS Code. What if I select the main here? Can I just... I think I disabled it. Like, the run would be here, actually. I think I disabled it. Does anyone know? Rust Analyzer. Let's see. I don't have two things right now. I don't have the errors shown in the actual editor. Run. Lens. Is it the lens? Rust analyzer lens enable whether to show code lens in Rust files. Check. I think that's what it was called. Let's see. Main. Yeah, there you go. Now we can do the debug of main. I said we can do debug of main. I'm clicking on it. Hold on. VS Code is supposed to be better than Vim. I mean, I never tried to do that in Vim, so it probably is already better. Yeah, it's just like taking a little bit of time here. Right? What is happening? I have one breakpoint in window. VS Code is supposed to be better. Well, something is happening here. Oh, doing the regular run works easily because that's just running on the terminal, right? So this works. Just clicking the run button. But the debug. Do I even have, hold on, do I even have LLDB? Maybe I need to install something. Maybe create a launch JSON. Isn't it supposed to create a launch JSON for me when I click the debug here? That's what the code lens is supposed to do, no? Do I need to have anything installed in order to be able to debug? Because I have the extension installed, right? The LLDB. But how do I actually debug? I don't remember how to do this. Click on the link and it will give you some option. I'm clicking on it and it's just doing something that I'm not sure what it's doing is the problem. Right? It's working, but I'm not sure if, okay. To customize, create a launch JSON file. Let's click. TTV, yes. LLDB, yes. Yes. All right, there you go. Debug executable TTV, yes. We do this, we do this. Okay. Can we now debug? Debug. Something is wrong here, and I think the thing is that I don't have something installed in order to be able to debug. Is it the LLDB itself? Do I need to install this? I have this extension, right? I'm not sure. What if I reload? Maybe because maybe it's like the load window. I mean, now I have my configuration. Okay, hold on. It actually is working. It actually was working. So I think, hold on, it just says that it's that it finished. Does it mean that it actually is finished? Debug. Wait, what was finished? CodeLDB cargo tasks are unavailable in the current environment. Hold on. CodeLDB cargo tasks are unavailable in current environment. What does that mean? Debug console is empty. We have output of the tasks. LLDB, let's see. Raw artifacts. How do I debug? I never did it. I usually debug by doing std error. CodeLDB cargo tasks are unavailable. How do I search? Like, what does this error even mean? I don't have this error message, which is there is no registered task type. I have a warning. Did you ever have this this problem? Also, I'm clicking these setting buttons, right? Open launch JSON. Oh wait, it means open launch JSON. All right, that's what it's doing. Oh, I thought this button does nothing. Okay, I'm not sure what am I supposed to do here because this does not work. Wait, hold on. Why are we? Wait, hold on. Launch debug executable TTV. Why does it say build? Should I not do cargo run? If I want to run and debug, I should do something additional to the building, right? I should do cargo run, no? There is also a possibility of attaching to existing process. But it's like, I think you need to run debugger on the exec. Yeah, I think this is not the correct configuration, right? Like, why am I specifying the cargo build and I'm not specifying the actual executable that I need to run? How do you configure this thing? For more information, go here. Launch configurations. Like, what is this cargo? Is this even an argument? Like, like, who is, where do I see the documentation here? Cargo. Yeah, see, like, cargo isn't even auto-completing here, which means that it doesn't matter. I can only do, wait. Breakpoint mode and program, right? Program is what I'm supposed to configure here, actually, right? This is what we run and what we attach to. Maybe do a research on how to do debug cargo Rust specifically. Yeah, of course, but I thought that the extension was going to to do it for me. You know, this thing. I can research it, but the extension is supposed to do it for me. That's the problem. I'm supposed to just click over here and have a debugger attached to the program, right? But I don't. It's supposed to work. Okay, fine. Let's research. VS Code debug Rust. I had it running already before. I just forgot how to do it. And what exactly did I do? But I'm pretty sure that I did exactly the same. Like, look, over here, they still do the cargo. Request launch. Type LLDB. I think something else is wrong. Like, I don't understand. There's somewhere a log that's supposed to tell me what's wrong, no? LLDB. Clear output. Let's see. If I click this, does anything appear? No, nothing appears actually. Debug console does not appear. Debugging Rust projects in VS Code and Terminal. No, not Terminal. Setting up the Rust debugger on VS Code. Why is this so huge? CodeLLDB on Linux. Let's take a look at the CodeLLDB configuration. Alright. Well, there you go. LLDB, request launch, cargo args, build example skeleton. This is supposed to work. The configuration that we have, it is supposed to work. This is exactly how you do it. I can literally just do cargo build. How do I see what's wrong? Does anyone know how to debug this extension? Or do they literally forgot to put the logs in their extension? What is wrong? Like, it's showing that it's doing something, right? Over here. This is the exact configuration that's supposed to work. Maybe the problem is that I have two workspace roots over here, and the main workspace root is not the correct one. Maybe that's why? Like, can this be the case? Like, look over here. Something happened when I click debug. So, the build actually happened. Right? The build actually happened. Oh, over here, look. Some warning. Shell integration activated. Process ID -1. Huh? Okay, I mean, what if I change it to run? It doesn't work. Like, nothing works. Update the CW property. It's supposed to, okay, I mean, okay. Workspace folder. Like, you want me to specify this directly? Home project, home Cookieman projects, CTV. Okay, let's do this. This is supposed to work, right? And also, I need to reload because this thing is doing something, who knows what. Okay. It actually is working. The program is working right now. And we have a window, right? I didn't hit the breakpoint though, because I think we are supposed to, after all, have not the run, but the build here. Let me try again. So is it working? Debug console, output. No, it does not work. This is how it's supposed to be working, because that's what all of the examples show me. Alright. The problem is this extension, right? This is the problem with the code LLDB extension. Code LLDB. Debug Rust. Terminal shows errors though? No. Where? There is no errors. It shows that it finished building in 0.28 seconds over here. So the build finished properly. It shows warnings, and warnings are there, yes. So these are warnings. Right? Task has warnings. That's what it means. That's why it's yellow. But it's not red. The warnings are okay. The program works. The process ID is -1, so it fails to launch it for some reason. Code LLDB debug Rust. Hold on, let me just do a pure test here. So I'm going to create a new window. I'm even going to close this one completely. Let me open this just one and only project instead of two at the same time. Maybe that's what breaks it, right? Let's try debug. No, I don't think that's what matters. I think I need to understand what this warning means. Code LLDB cargo tasks are unavailable in current environment. Why can I not search anything about this warning? What does this mean? Is this the same error? Like, this is a different error. Same. Oh wait, this ticket should be reopened, I believe, says this guy. I had the cargo extension installed and I got this error on VS Code Windows 11. I uninstalled and reinstalled it and it worked. The cargo extension. What is the cargo extension? So yeah, the cargo extension from the extensions, cargo. Let's see, cargo. They want this, right? Integration with cargo and cargo tools. All right, let's install it. It's going to work now. Let's reload the window. Maybe it's going to change something. Oh wait, look. Something is happening. No, it still says the same warning. It's just, yeah, cargo build is waiting for the lock because of the Rust analyzer. And then finish the build, and then nothing works. I have no idea. Okay, how do you... Okay, maybe we need to do like low-level debugging, right? Because the code LLDB is supposed to work with like you said, we can attach to the process and everything, right? How do I do it without without being cargo specific? Let's go and see. Launch versus configuration. VS Code, there are two debugging modes, launch and attach, which handle two different workflows and segments. Depending on your, if you can add a new configuration, program. Is it not just like the program that will launch and that's it? And then process on port this, okay. Type node, type LLDB. Okay, let's try this. We're going to do program, which is going to be workspace root / target debug ttv, right? And working directory is the workspace root. Okay, this is supposed to work. You don't have an extension for debugging JSON with comments. What do you mean JSON with comments? No. I don't want to debug JSON with comments. I want to debug a Rust a program. What do you mean? Is this only supposed to work with JSON? type node, type LLDB, missing property name, launch. I'm pretty sure it's because I don't have LLDB installed or something. I'm pretty sure that's the error. That's the error that we have. Pretty sure. Like you see, what is happening right now? What is happening right now? Do you ever debug in VS Code? Is it? I'm pretty sure that LLDB is the problem. Is the problem? LLDB, as you can see, I don't have it installed, right? And if I do this, then I will have it installed, right? There you go, LLDB is there, right? So I think the problem is that we don't have it installed. Stop the debugging. It can't even stop the debugging, you see? Or does this extension download LLDB and tries to launch it? And then maybe, because I'm on NixOS, it doesn't work. That also might be the case. Because I'm on NixOS. So that might be the problem. Because downloading binaries doesn't work. Let's try go into the Nix files and install the thing. Packages. Whatever. Let's go over here. LLDB. Debug. NixOS switch. Alright, I'm just going to install this thing. Maybe it's going to fix it. I have no idea. It would be nice if I saw the logs. Debugging Rust on NixOS. VS Code. Oh, hold on. CodeLLDB NixOS support is closed. Alright, so it's supposed to work, right? Close this and is completed. Go read up a little. Hold on. Just a follow-up for future people trying to get this extension working on NixOS. There are two ways to install this plugin. Use the VS Code with extension. Or use VS Code FHS. So this sets up the regular file system hierarchy for Linux. I see. Yeah, the problem is this extension and NixOS. That happens. Or like if I can make this extension use the installed LLDB, that would also be nice, I guess. Let's try reopening it just in case. Maybe this fixes something. So LLDB is now a thing that works. Let's try launch. I don't think it works still. LLDB. Debug console. It still is the same thing, yeah. Alright. VS Code with extension. Alright. This might be a little bit too much work to do right now. I think I'm just going to ignore it, you know? The fact that I cannot debug. I'm going to look into that later then. It's not like I want to be able to debug. That's something that I never do anyway. Alright. VS Code. So one of the things that is supposed to work, like they are saying, is to do VS Code FHS, right? VS Code.fhs, alright. Okay. Let's see if this works. So this is just going to be a different installation of the VS Code with a regular, like in a regular Linux environment. That's not how you're supposed to do to Nix though. That's what they say here. Wait, if I do VS Code, which one is going to be launched? It's the wrong one. Is it because they are in the conflict now, these two packages? So I should actually uninstall the regular VS Code, right? But install the FHS. Okay, I expected them to, yeah. All right. Fine. Okay. Let's see. Does this work? Wait, is this still the same? Maybe not. Maybe this is the correct one. All right. Let's see. TTV. Launch. Like the problem is that this extension doesn't even show me the error. So I have no idea what's wrong. But I'm pretty sure the problem is this issue that we found. Launch is already running. Do you want to start another instance? If it's running, why don't I see it running then? Yes. Let's launch another instance. Or is it because it's super slow when I'm debugging? Is that what's happening here? The problem is that we cannot even stop them. Alright. Hold on. I saw a post of someone who set up Rust NixOS. Code LLDB. I don't know. What is this? Code LLDB instead of VS Code LLDB extension doesn't work. They see an error message though, but I don't even see that. Ah, code LLDB. Extensions. Let's see, general. Rip Hyprland, what is happening? I'm trying to figure out how to debug Rust, because I never did it. But I think the problem is NixOS at this point. Like, the Nix does make, like, because it's such a different Linux, it makes some things not work. For example, in nvim or Mason didn't work, so now the code LLDB extension isn't working, I think. But the problem is that I don't see any error messages. So I created my debug configuration. I clicked launch, and then something is happening, but I don't see what. Does Rust Analyzer work? Yes, Rust Analyzer does work. Like everything works here except for debugging. I literally tried it for the first time though, so I'm not sure. I tried debugging Rust in VS Code only once. That was on Windows, and it just worked. So it's supposed to just work here, but it doesn't. And the problem is, I don't see any error messages. Nothing at all is indicating that something is wrong, except for it's not working. You know? I'm not sure where to look. Maybe launching it directly will tell more. Okay, how do I launch directly? Launching directly what? Code LLDB? You want me? I mean, LLDB. I can launch this. I have never did any debugging from command line though, so I'm not sure how to do that. What do you want me to try? I'm down to try anything. I just never did debugging, so not sure where to look. It's just doing something. Who knows what it's doing? Debug console is empty. I have nothing here. I have nothing here. I have nothing here. Like, yeah, I don't know. So when you say launch indirectly, what am I supposed to launch directly? Exactly. I can just like not debug. It installed as an extension to VS Code for it to work. What? Maybe I'm stupid. What? Is it installed as an extension to VS Code? Yes. We have code LLDB extension. A native debugger powered by LLDB. This is the extension that I'm using. That's how you're supposed to debug. I already used it to debug before. On Windows though. So if you go into the repository here, if you go into issues, and you open and you search for NixOS, NixOS troubleshooting. Well, the first 3 patch elf command makes the binary start. It immediately quits with error regarding libz. So over here, for example, people are doing something which fixes some errors. The problem is that I don't even see the errors. And also they say that VS Code FHS is the workaround, so I actually have it installed, right? Let's just close everything. Let's see. Let's see, which is the code, right? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Code. Is code the is this the correct VS Code? Is the problem? It says that the package is code, but isn't it supposed to be VS Code? I'm not sure what's happening here. But if you look at our Nix files over here, code is VS Code, yes, but the package in Nix packages is called VS Code, or it is also called VS Code FHS specifically. This is the package that I'm installing, right? So I was expecting to see that, and the binary can be called code, but the package should be called VS Code, right? There's VS Code FHS with a dash. Is that right? Wait, there actually is. So how is VS Code -FHS different from VS Code .FHS? Because I can install it both ways. In Linux, the package is renamed to code always for some reason. Yeah, why? Do you use NixOS? I think you are the one who was using NixOS, right? Okay, so I installed VS Code FHS. Let's see. Is it going to work here? How can I confirm that I'm running inside the FHS? Over here on the wiki, they are saying over here with the package VS Code FHS, the FHS launches inside the FHS compliant root environment using the build FHS. This is reintroduced in directories such as /bin/lib and /usr, right? So if I take a look at /usr, we see something here, right? So this is the FHS, actually, right? If we go into the regular terminal and I look at my /usr, as you can see, this looks completely different, right? So this is the FHS, this is not FHS, this is the regular Nix. Okay, so we are here. This is supposed to work now. Right? Okay, it actually works. It actually works. All right. So yeah, as you can see, the problem is the Nix. I mean, not the Nix, but the extension, the code LLDB extension. The authors, they literally said that they don't want to fix it for NixOS in the issue that we found. Okay, so we did launch. Can I? So if I delete this, and then I do run debug, LLDB, cargo toml, yes. So this is like default generated thing, right? If I do debug, it's going to debug, right? Yeah, see, it is connecting. It is connecting. It's working. Okay? Okay. Nice. Now the problem is that we are panicking here. Yeah, see, we are even. Yeah, and I can stop. Everything works. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe this is the workaround that I'm going to use. Can I still use the Nix? The derenv still works, right? I guess. Because cargo is not installed on the actual system. But I have it here and everything is working. Okay, fine. I guess I use VS Code FHS then. I'm wondering why the VS Code .fhs didn't work for me, but VS Code -vhs works. Because on the wiki they say that the dot should be used. All right, whatever. If it works, then it works. Okay. So what I was going to do is first of all, it doesn't launch right now, and the reason is it cannot find the assets. I need to add environments, which is the cargo manifest directory. Should be the workspace folder, right? So yeah, if I do this, then I will be able to debug. I mean, then it will not panic. That's just because of the reasons I'm loading the assets from the folder differently. Yeah, the bot is running and we can debug it. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to change this green screen into an actual transparent window, and the winit, the library, does not like support it on the X11. So yeah, even though I'm running Wayland, I'm running my app using X Wayland. Technically, we're on X11, right? I want to debug the winit window creation. So I'm setting the transparency true here when I'm creating the. Why don't you run Wayland natively? I don't remember. Let's try. Let's see. So if I do cargo winit Unix backend Wayland, right, and then we do cargo run, something is wrong. I don't remember exactly what. Yeah, something is wrong here. I don't even see the window. I'm not sure why. Maybe is it because of the transparency? Let's comment this out. Let's comment this out because the window is being created. Maybe the transparent is buggy on Wayland. But also something else didn't work. But wait, hold on. It looks like it does work. Hold on. Wait, hold on. This actually is working. Hold on. As you can, do you see this? We can see through the window the text. The text is actually seen. This is transparent. If I do something in chat, we see it. Now there is a little bit of a problem. On Wayland transparency, just a hint, yes. What do you think of Russia? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it, okay? Um, All right. So transparency is actually doing something on Wayland. But we are already transparent. I think the problem is that we are using the pre-multiplied alpha. So that's why we still see through. I think if I search for the ugly clear, over here, we are clearing with the green transparent color. So if I change this to 0, then is it going to be actually transparent? I do remember that something else didn't work on Wayland though. That's why I force my stuff to work on X Wayland. Do you remember, Nerdsel, if you are here, what exactly was it? So let's see. You see this window? You see this window? You see how it is transparent actually? If I say 1, we see the guy who is transparent. Now, he leaves a trail behind, which is weird, obviously, right? But whose problem is that? Let me try capturing this window in OBS. So what is going to happen then? Am I going to capture it properly and not see the trail? I think. So it doesn't matter if it looks like that for the window itself. Wait. Can I not capture a window in OBS? I think I cannot capture a window in OBS here. I could capture a window when I was on Hyprland. But on the Gnome, I can only select the entire monitor. So that's the problem. This window is actually transparent though. I think the problem is that the window is not updating behind. That's the real problem. Maybe. Or maybe it is the transparency. I mean, who knows? Who knows? The transparency. Let me try. If I set this to true, the window just disappears because transparent is completely invisible, right? So let me see. The window is there right now. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. It actually works. Look at this. Look at this. It actually does work. It actually does work. This window is transparent. Okay. Why can I not resize this window though? Wait, that is weird. I cannot resize this window. You cannot resize transparent windows? What? I cannot close this window. Wait, I cannot do anything to this window. I should handle a resize event. Is it? I'm handling it already, no? Because it's working when the window is not transparent. It's not Bevy. I'm using my own custom engine. And I'm using Winit. And by default, the windows are resizable already. Like, I mean, if I just don't set the transparency, it just works. You see? If I do this, and this window. Oh wait, hold on. This window is still not resizable. Hold on. Wait. Wait, are we not resizable on Wayland? I'm not. I think the problem is Wayland then, right? You need to resize with new buffer, not just viewport. What does that mean? What do you mean you need to resize? I want the window to resize. The window is not resizing. I don't even how like okay. The window is supposed to be resizable. The window is supposed to be Alt F4able, and I cannot even Alt F4. Can you explain that? But it works on the X11, so it just something about WinIt, I guess. Let's see. Let's you know what? You know what? Just so that we do a pure test here. Just so that we do a pure test. Let's do this. Let's go into a temp directory, and then let's clone the GitHub Rust windowing WinIt, right? So the WinIt library. This is what I'm using. You can grab a gluten example and it will work. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. Well, we can do the gluten. You're right. Gluten or WinIt, whatever, whichever. Let's see. Cargo run. Next develop. Right. Let's have our cargo. Example window. Probably there is a window example, right? Okay, here's a window. Here's a window. Here's a window, and I can do that. But that's because we're running on but what is it again? I don't have completion here. Yes, because this is set to X11. So if we do this, example window, then let's see, is this window resizable? It's not. Okay, so you told me that the example is going to work and it doesn't, all right? So that's not my problem. That's the problem with WinIt. This window is not resizable. It does not work, all right? I cannot resize the window on Wayland. Looks like this window is transparent though. Could you try example from WinIt repo? That's really strange. Okay, let's go WinIt. Cargo run example window. Are you running Wayland yourself? Is it do the examples work for you on Wayland? I mean, the examples work. It's just the resizability of the windows. You're WinIt maintainer. Okay. Nice to have you here. Oh, this is the small window, right? Is this small window supposed to be resizable? Okay, this is resizable, but once again, we are running on the X11 by default because that's what I have in my shell. All right, and let's see. This window is not resizable. This window is not resizable. Yes. Do you want me to like test something? Okay, I can click the full screen button, and the full screen, I mean the maximizing works. I can minimize it also, so that's better than like on my game. Okay. Wait, hold on. I can resize now. Hold on. So what happened? Why could I start resizing? Wait, hold on. I can resize. All right. So is it this problem with gluten then? Or is it because this has been fixed recently? Hold on. Or did I do something wrong with the gluten example? Oh wait, it works. Hold on. It's just I'm clicking on something weird. Okay. All right. Fine. Maybe it's my problem. Let's run this on Wayland. Why does this not work then? So I'm not handling some events. That's the problem then, right? I should handle some events. Maybe Gnome bugs out. It happens sometimes. Yeah, like... Okay. What am I using for drawing? I'm using OpenGL. And gluten. Yeah. So like, yeah, okay. Why can I not close it? Like nothing works, right? I should resize the OpenGL surface. Yeah, but that only like is supposed to happen after I actually resize the window, but the window itself isn't resizing. I should resize OpenGL surface after the window has been resizing, but even the window is not being resized. So I see the like resizing of the OpenGL surface is actually happening for me. I'm pretty sure because that's how it works on the X11 backend, right? I can resize my window and it is okay. On X11 is different. So if I don't resize my OpenGL surface, then we are not going to have to see the window resized. Is that how Wayland is working? Okay. Okay, fine. I'm down to fix it. That's problem of my engine then. Let's see. That folder. Engine. Right. Rates. Window. Okay. macOS also works like that. Okay. So what you're saying is that over here, when we're getting the events, if the event is resized... Wait, hold on. Is this not enough? Look at this. I'm handling the winit event, window event resized. New size. Resize surface. Wait, hold on. I'm not using this new size though. I'm using this method from gluten winit. GL window. Resize surface. This doesn't even ask me the size. I don't remember this. Resize the surface to the window's inner size. So what am I supposed to do here? Exactly. Let's take a look at the example. All right. Let's take a look at the example. Window. I guess this one. Put in examples, main event loop builder new. We have a library here, okay. Resized, okay. Alright, what are we doing here? Some platforms like EGL require resizing GL surface to update size. Notable windows are Wayland and macOS, and others don't require it. And the function is no op, but it's wise to resize it for portability reasons. If let some GL context, GL surface equals state, and GL surface resize. Right. So this is supposed to be actually the gluten winnet is the crate. That is like doing the glue between winnet and gluten, which has exactly this logic inside, right? Surface resize context WH, right? But we are getting the size of the window here, but the problem is that the size of the window hasn't been updated yet because we didn't resize the OpenGL surface, right? So I guess there should be something done about this crate. Then they should allow the API, the GL surface resize. That's the API that I can use, right? But the glue crate, which is the gluten winnet, is supposed to do it for me, or at least I should be able. I should be able to specify this size over here, right? That I pass from this event. Let's see. So basically, if new size x is not equal 0 and new size y is not equal 0, then we do self GL surface resize GL surface resize gluten surface GL surface resize. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing here? And then this call is not needed. All right. You know, oh wait. I think it's an issue with older winnet, and on master you have fixed. So this is I was using the API correctly, right? Was I using the API correctly then? What is new size, by the way? It's physical size. What is physical size? It's width and height. Okay, width. Right. It should work that way. Okay. So it was fixed recently then. Okay, let's see. Is transparency supposed to work? Do you know about that? Is transparency supposed to work on X11? Or is it only working on Wayland? By the way, my window is still not resizable. Only with GLX. Window is still not. Hold on. I'm also failing to set cursor. Now let's put in the log. Or I could actually try debugging properly, because now it's supposed to be working. Wait, I'm not receiving the events. I don't see it in logs. You see this? I'm resizing the window. Did I handle some other... And also, by the way, the resizing doesn't explain the not working close button. I cannot close the window. Something is going on here. Maybe I ignore close requested somehow? No, I'm literally doing it just like in the example, control flow set exit. I mean, I'm doing it differently, but I'm just setting the flag that I should close. And then am I moving back from nvim? We'll see, I'm testing it, but yeah, probably. I was not very happy with Vim. The problem is not the keybinds or anything, it's the VS Code is more powerful. One of the, like, there are two examples. First of all, my Rust analyzer was constantly breaking on NeoVim for whatever reason. I don't know why. We'll see if it starts breaking for me on VS Code. Maybe the problem is not the Vim itself, but also one of the things that I cannot do in Vim is open multiple workspace roots at the same time. That's literally not a thing. Multiple cursors like that. This is not a thing in NeoVim. There is a plugin for it, but it doesn't work well at all. VS Code is better. No multiple cursors. Yeah, no multiple cursors. There's Helix though, if you want to try something new. People are happy with Helix, but I don't think Helix has multiple workspaces either. And it also is not very customizable at the moment. They don't have plugin system. And also I don't mind using the mouse, so whatever. I don't think it matters. All right. And keyboard spaces cases solved some other way. Don't really use them too. Well, I like working on the engine at the same time as I'm working on the game, right? So I have this here usually. The way people say that you're supposed to do it in NeoVim, you're literally just opening multiple Vims, right? One for the one project, another one for another project, but then it's two different windows, you know? When over here, when I just go to the definition of something, right? I'm just over here, like if I go here, right? I'm just opening the definition from this workspace because that's where this type is specified, is defined, right? But if I was working with two windows, I would need to go to the other window and find the type that I'm looking for in the other window. It's very annoying, you know? Anyway, the keybinds are nice about Vim, but I don't think they making me too much productive. As you can see, I have literally typed 0 code in the last, like, I mean, I'm streaming for 1.5 hours, and I basically didn't write any code. the productivity is not being increased by the by the keybinds of Vim. They are nice though, yeah. Yeah, there are plugins that you can do to have Vim keybinds in VS Code too, if you really like them. But I don't care. I like using the mouse. The mouse is a tool that has its purpose, and you need to learn how to use it to be productive with the mouse too, you know? Anyway. This while playing Minecraft. Anyway, so what I was doing here, we're like, okay, I was going to work on the bot a little bit today. So we have like you saw that the farts were green screened previously. I was going to fix that. So instead of having an actual green screen, we can have an actually transparent window now. But there we have discovered some new issues. But at least the transparency works. What if I do a transparent and full screen window? Let's take a look. Is it this going to be actually the overlay then? Let's see. Now this window is on. We cannot see it because it's transparent, right? But let me type something in chat like 1. And as you can see, my character has appeared. Alright. Okay. The window was supposed to be full screen though, and it's not full screen. So that's the problem that we're having right now. The window is supposed to be resizable, and the resize doesn't work. But the window is transparent. And also I cannot close the window by pressing this thing. So I'm not really sure whose fault is that. Is it the fault of something that I'm of the crate that I'm using, or is the problem of Gnome? Because I have some extensions enabled. One of the extensions is that I am supposed to actually not have this title bar at all, so I'm not supposed to even have the X to close the window, but it is still there. The extension that I'm using. Like if I do the on the X11 backend, then you will see that this window does not have the title bar. I don't have the X here, right? But on Wayland we do have. This window on the X11 backend is resizable though. On Gnome, each client draws their own decorations. Okay, well, this client does not draw the decoration, as you can see. But this is the X11 backend. On Gnome, each client draws their own decoration, unless it's X11. So the extension that I'm using is the Unite shell. Unite Gnome, right? This one. Gnome just removes several side decorations for Wayland. So just like in the recent version of Gnome, I think, right? Because this extension, I found the issue already. Like this just doesn't work on Gnome 44. This is literally the latest issue. They never supported them. All right. Should I just not use Wayland? It seems like there are so much problems with it. One of them, by the way, is that I cannot capture anything other than a monitor. I can capture a monitor, but I cannot capture a window. How am I? I'm fine. I'm doing okay. So on my OBS over here, I had the WL Robs extension plugin for the OBS Studio. I think this is the one that enabled the window capturing on Wayland. But if I had it installed, then OBS actually segfaulted on me on Gnome. Yes, because this is not the window manager based on WL roots, right? So can I have my window capturing on Gnome on Wayland, or should I just use the X11? Because how do I capture that window? Let's say it works, but we also still didn't fix the resizability if we use Wayland. But yeah, the only way to have the transparent window is on Wayland, because on X11 it doesn't work. So we should be using Wayland, but on Wayland I cannot capture and I cannot resize the window. On X11 you should use GLX for it. So what does this mean exactly? GLX. OpenGL extension for the X windowing system. So by using it, what should I do? What happened to the tiny crabs running around the screen? We're actually working on that right now. I'm trying to fix it. I mean, I could make it work already, but wait, hold on. Actually, I cannot make it work already because I cannot capture the window because I changed to Gnome, and on Gnome I cannot capture a window like I could on Hyprland. The OpenGL API, you ask gluten for GLX instead of EGL. Oh, okay. So you're saying that when we go over here, right? I should say on the display builder with preference, API preference, prefer. Wait, hold on. There's only prefer EGL and fallback EGL, which means that I should do fallback EGL, right? So by default, we're going to use the GLX. Is that right? Fallback to EGL when fail to create system profile. This behavior is used by default. Wait, hold on. So weird, Hyprland works with something that Gnome doesn't. It's the like on general streaming on Wayland. People had problems with that, and now I realize what the problem is. To ask for transparent config. Wait. So you are saying that over here the config we do with transparency, whether the configuration should support transparency. So with transparency, options transparency, right? That's it. So there's transparent on the window itself, and then there's the transparency on the OpenGL side, right? There are two things that do transparency. Let's see. Does this work? Hold on, it works! It works, look at this. And I can make it full screen. This is a full screen window that we don't see. But if I type something in chat, then we see the guy on the screen. Look at this. I have the overlay actually on my screen. All right. This is the actual transparent window, which is the bot. But it's a bit weird on X11 for that. You have X11 visuals on the configs, and then you should pass them to Winit. Which, what gluten Winit is doing. Alright. Okay, fine. I don't really want to understand all the details as long as it works. I mean, I have my own custom engine, but there is only so far that I am actually willing to go. Yeah. I was actually thinking that we should also try migrating to SDL actually. So one of the things that we did recently is we made our game working on Android, right? And on Android, the text input is something that needs handling, and in Winit, you do not have the IME support or something yet, right? Winit Master has it. Wait, what? Really? I think the issue was closed. Was still open. Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Hold on. I closed my chat. We have the IME support on Winit now. I have the guy from Embark working on it. Does it work already? How long ago was this? Because we literally made the Android build like a week ago. Did this happen in the last week? Two weeks ago on Master. Oh, maybe we did the Android build 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was like around that. I don't remember exactly. Okay. Alright, maybe I will look into that also at some point. Okay, so we have the window, transparent window, working on X11. On the Wayland, we cannot resize the window, which is weird. Do you want to help me understand what's wrong on Wayland? Do you know if you want Winit Master, it has different keyword input. Okay. Did you change the API to? Can I just patch? I go down the help with master since a lot changed. Okay, let's see. Code dot I don't know, home cargo config. Oh. Open. Okay, we're going to do winit git is https github just windowing winit. Is this going to work if I just do a patch like this? No, it looks like the patch did not apply because the version is old, right? The patch is not used. Okay. Okay. Winit 028. And I'm using Winit 028.6. Wait, huh? If I'm using Winit 028.6, why is the patch not used then? Wait, I'm already using a patched Winit, I think. Hold on. Am I using the patched winit already? No, I'm not. I'm using it from crates.io. Hold on. Hold on. Why is the patch not used? Oh, I need to patch crates.io. That's right. Because I don't need to patch the engine. Patch crates.io. Okay. Is it? Let's see. How much is going to break? Fail to select a version from for GSS because this and that. Okay. We do cargo update, I guess. RIP Hyprland. Yeah, RIP Hyprland. Gnome is actually nicer. I literally spent like an hour to set up my Gnome. I actually like how this looks. I have this thing. I have that thing. I have this thing. This is all looking very nice, I think. It is like, yeah, it's only not tiling. Gnome was always nice. I don't remember why I did not use it. It's just because I like trying stuff out, but Gnome is actually very nice. I like it. And XOS, the pop shell extension actually works decent. The pop shell. I was trying to do the another extension, which is the paper. The paper. Did you try the paper window manager? Because this is something you never tried. Let me show you. It's like this. You have like an infinite workspace that you can just scroll left and right. It's a scrollable tiling, window tiling. Okay. It I think if I just let me just do this enable. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it just doesn't work for some reason. It becomes weird for me here. So I didn't really look much into what exactly is wrong. So yeah. Spitting facts in the title? Yeah. Then the graph with Gnome is regarding the limitation of 4 taggable workspace in the window movement. It's not you are not limited to 4 workspaces. That is not true. I can do this. So now I have 3 workspaces, right? And now I can do this. Now I have 4 workspaces, right? Now let's open another Firefox, and there you go. Now I have 5 workspaces. Let's open another Firefox, and there you go. Now I have 6 workspaces. That's just not true. But you cannot just move with keyboard to workspace 5. Workspace 5 does not exist yet. Well, I mean, you can set it so that you have exactly 5 workspaces. That's also a configuration option. You can just set it to 5 if you want. I guess you cannot move to the non-existing workspace. That's true. Just like the option? Okay. Alright, alright. What are we doing here? Hold on. What am I doing right now? I'm doing nothing for 2 hours, is what I'm doing. If that's your only complaint with GNOME, then that's not many. Yeah, I think, so my only complaint about GNOME, I think, it was about the fact that the windows, like the Alacrity over here, has this window title, okay? The window title with this little, with these 3 buttons is something that I would like to not have. So I literally installed the extension that removes those, but they don't work. For all the windows. For some of the windows they work. I guess they work for X11, so for the X Wayland windows, but not for the native Wayland windows. Maybe. I can remove it in the Alacrity config. Okay. But I need to work with every single application for it to work. Like OBS, for example, has it still. Can I remove it from OBS too? It's weird that OBS has it, because I'm pretty sure OBS works on X Wayland, no? Or does it not? Not sure. X11 better than Wayland. Yeah, maybe that's the next step, the next evolution for me. I'm going back to X11. After going back from Vim, after going, I like, yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm not going back to Windows though, because the last time Ubuntu better than NixOS? No. That's not true. That's not true. Ubuntu is like worse than Windows. The last time I tried to boot into my Windows, my PC just crashed and rebooted on its own, so without even a blue screen. So I don't think I'm going back. Ubuntu is not worse than Windows, lol. No, it is. Uh, all right. Or maybe it's not. How? I don't know. It's just my experience with Ubuntu is not good. Like I told you it already, right? Last time I tried to install Ubuntu, I went through the installation process and then I rebooted and then it didn't load. And yeah, I mean, and Ubuntu is not something that you're supposed to even hack. It's just supposed to work out of the box, and it doesn't work out of the box. Is the problem. You recommend rounded Windows corners extension so that all windows look the same. Okay, anyway, what were we doing? I was working on my thing. GTK 3 QT applications don't have rounded bottom corners, but top corners are round due to title. Windows looking the same and Gnome doesn't play well. I think they will. I think I will be okay. The only thing that looks different for me that I see is the title. So if I just remove the title from all the windows like this is ugly. All right, I can move the window like this. I can close it with Alt F4. I can like do a lot with my keyboard and everything, right? If I just remove the titles from all the windows, then I will be okay. You're not convinced any distro is better than Ubuntu? Okay. Well, you never tried other distros though, did you? Did you try other distros? Ubuntu broke on me like at least 5 times on my memory. I was using it. This was the first Linux distribution that I was using. It was breaking. Like every time I need like a new Ubuntu version comes out, you cannot just upgrade. If you just upgrade, it's just probably going to break. And like I said last time, I just did a clean install. It didn't even boot. So yeah. The only way to make them the same is to use server-side decorations, but GNOME doesn't support them, so every app has its own decorations. What if we use what if we use GNOME on X11? Tried Debian, you think? Briefly tried OpenSUSE, tried Manjaro, and the updater bricked itself. Yeah, Manjaro is bad. Manjaro is bad. You should just use Arch instead. Fedora is pretty good. Fedora is better than Ubuntu, yeah. Gnome on X11 has server-side decorations. So it's not the Gnome that doesn't support them. It's Gnome on Wayland that doesn't support them, right? And is that like they just don't support it yet? I was supposed not to use KDE on Wayland due to that. KDE also supports WLR stuff, which means that I would be able to capture a window. Gnome on Wayland decided to not ever support them. Manjaro was your first distro? You haven't tried Linux as desktop for a year after that experience. Yeah, I think Manjaro is terrible. But a lot of people like it. I don't know. I guess it depends. Like if like it's like RNG, I think. And so Arch is better because it just tells you how to like you can troubleshoot it easily because yeah. But then it just doesn't like it requires more work to set up than Ubuntu, I guess. But it makes you learn. OpenSUSE seems good, but at this point, don't think I'm reinstalling anything. NixOS is good, in theory. In practice, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, like some of the things just don't work. For example, we just literally tried debugging Rust using CodeLLB extension in VS Code, and it doesn't work on NixOS unless I use the VS Code, which the VS Code FHS package, which mimics the regular Linux instead of being pure NixOS stuff, you know? It's like weird. You cannot download and run binaries that were built for Linux on NixOS. Remember, you tried Fedora. Main problem is just popularity, I think. That's the reason why Ubuntu is good. Yeah, I mean, probably Ubuntu is better these days than the last time I tried it. Okay. Alright. Hold on. Am I failing to select package GSSys? What if I do cargo update and then I do cargo run? And we're downloading some new crates. Okay. That is also the reason why Arch is good too. Yeah, I'm hearing like a lot of people are using NixOS though. I'm hearing a lot about it recently. Like even a lot. I'm not even actively looking for it. You know? But yeah, Arch is pretty popular. And yeah, it basically just works. That's my experience with Arch. NixOS is good, but docs are not great. Yeah. There's also this division in the ecosystem. Okay, so we use the winit from master now, and yeah, the API is different now. So the virtual key code is changed into what? Key code, raw key event, key event. How about Linux Mint? I don't know. There's like so many. I think like if I was I never tried it, but there was like the elementary OS, for example. Elementary OS. If you want something that works out of the box, like I looked at this, for example. I don't know. There is a lot of Linux distributions. Wait. People say it's the best out of the box distro, the Linux Mint. I don't remember, did I try Linux Mint or not? The Linux Mint is the one that is based on Ubuntu, right? Keyboard key code. Winit keyboard key code. Is that right? Wait. Alright, so what do we have? We have digit over here instead of key. Ah, shit. We have digit. Okay, and then for the letters, we now have the key. Okay. What about return? Wait, why do all the keys now different? What is that? Was this needed? Where's the return? Is the return not a thing anymore? Is this enter now? This is so the return was renamed into enter. Okay. The back is probably back space. Okay. The shift left now. Okay. Our shift is shift right. Okay, that's okay. Control left, control right, alt left, alt right. It's physical key though, not virtual like before. Oh wait, hold on. Is there a virtual key code? Or should it be, wait, which one should I be using? I'm not sure. Keyboard. There's native key code. No, native key code is a different thing. That is something that I don't care about. Yeah, I think we need the key code. But there's enum key. Is that what I'm using? Wife had let a bird into the house, had to let it out. We had a bird in the house once, yeah. It flew away on its own eventually. I need to key basically, yeah. So key is represent the location of the physical key. This mostly confirms the UI event specification of the keyboard event code, with a few exceptions. Okay. Fine, we just do the key. Why am I doing the update to the Winit master now? Okay, fine. Fine, let's do this. Let's do this. Why not? I'm going to update eventually anyway, right? Might as well do it right now. It's not like I have a plan to do something specific today. Keyboard key. Alright. So instead of digit 0, then what should it be? Hold on. Digit 0. So when I'm pressing 0, what is the key? What is the key? Is it a character? A key string that corresponds to the character typed by the user, taking into account the user's current locale setting. No. I don't want to take into account current user's locale settings. I do not. No. But yeah, okay. I do not want to. I do not want that. I want the virtual key code. Is there no thing like a virtual key code? Like, for example, if I want to do the WSD for my game, for the player movement, right? Then do physical. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, okay. I want to do physical. I want to do this for the input of the text, right? But for the regular, like for WSD, for example, I just want the virtual key code. But then you say that it's not going to work on. But I mean, I'm not sure about the Dvorak or anything. I don't know what it is. Key code. There's key code and key location, right? Key code. Okay, left. This is left arrow. This is right arrow. This is up arrow. This is down arrow. It's alternative keyboard layout. Yes. But does this mean that it's like, I mean, it's not going to be WSD anyway, right? It should be something else. Like, how do you do WSD on Dvorak, for example? What is, like, how am I supposed to? Do people on Dvorak keyboards play games? Let's start with that question. Do they play games, or do they just sit in their Vim all day? You do, okay. Nice. So how do you do WSD there? It's not WSD then, right? It's something else? I mean, you just make in your game the configuration of the controls. That's how you do it. Right? Is Dvorak a popular thing somewhere? Because like I never saw one. What are we doing today? Just some random things. Right now, for some reason, we started updating Winit to the master branch. So we're trying to... It's not popular. But why do people use that? Like, what is the reason? Is it because it's like easier to do programming in it? Something like the Vim? People use input quick switcher on Steam because some games auto remap. Quick switcher is just something that makes your keyboard pretend like it's a regular QWERTY keyboard. Okay, so for the received character, as I understand, it is still the keyboard input, right? Keyboard input. Let's see. We have the event here instead of the input. And what is the event? Let's see. Key event. We have physical key, we have logical key, we have text. So text is the text that we have just inputted, right? Is that right? Let's travel for fingers. You basically press everything on home row. Yeah. So like I was saying, I was using Vim before today for like how long was it? Did we use it for a month already or not? But yeah, I like using my mouse. I like moving my hand. It's healthier. All right. You want to do movement. Like sometimes you want to stand up. Sometimes you want to sit down. Sometimes we want to walk around. That's healthier if you do more movement with your fingers. You know. Bam, 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 bam. I want text with all modifiers. All right. So received character is something that we don't do anymore. All right. Keyboard input event. We do. Do we have event state still? Yes, we do have this. And then if event dot key code. No, hold on. Logical key, physical key, physical key. physical key is equal to winit keyboard decode backspace. So this is over here. This is me handling. So physical key is actually always present here. All right. It was optional before. Okay. So this is me here handling text input actually. So on backspace, I remove a character from the text that we're editing. Okay. So yeah, this is always existing. So this is not an if let anymore. It's just a let key is from gluten key, which is from winit key actually, right? I think previously it was just like the gluten recently made me update to and key physical key, right? So we do a match and state if it's pressed, if it's released. Okay. So that's working. But now the text input is something that we need to do. Let's see. We basically say that event text. Wait, we want text with all modifiers. There is no such thing as text with all modifiers. There's only just text. There is only just text. Contains the text produced by this key press. In most cases, this is identical to the content of the character variant of the logical key. However, on Windows, when a dead key was pressed earlier, but cannot be combined with the character from this key press, the produced text will consist of two characters, the dead key, and okay, and additional following is this field shows the text representation of any key that has such representation. For example, when the logical key is key enter, this field is some R. Huh? Is it not supposed to be /n? This is none if the current key press cannot even be interpreted as text. See also, text with all modifiers. Oh, this is a method. This is a method, okay. Text with all modifiers. No method named exists. See also, text with all modifiers. Where is it? It's under a trait. Why am I not getting suggestion on what trait to use then? It depends on whether you really want to deal with the control key. Hold on, cargo, doc, open, I'll win it. Because we are using the master, so I cannot look on the docs RS. Just create the documentation for the winit. Wait. Hold on. Did I do something here? I changed some text here on accident. Whoops. Bad. Alright. Let's see. Text with all modifiers. Winit platform. Modifier supplement. Key event X modifier text. Okay. Winit event key event. X with all modifiers. Identical text, but is affected by control. Read more. For example, pressing Control A produces this. Huh? So like Control C will also produce like something, right? Do I want that? Do I want that? I think I want that because we're doing this for text input. So Control A should be like selecting all. So this is the secret key, the secret code to select everything. Is that right? Why don't I get the suggestion? Wait, where is my Rust Analyzer? Oh, Rust Analyzer failed to load. Reload workspace. Okay. They likely do bindings directly, but it's true that line ending relies on it sometimes. I'm not sure what that sentence means, to be honest. They likely do bindings directly, but it's true that line end editing relies on it sometimes. On what? On the bindings? Bindings to what? Who is doing it? I'm confused. Let's see, we are building. We are building it. I started the stream today, I think, with 25 gigabytes of free disk space, and we are down to 18 now. Oh shit, I need to work on my... Yeah, look at this. It was just 18.3 and now it is 18.2. I'm going down 100 megabytes every minute or something. I think that's one of the downsides of NixOS, by the way. On NixOS, I'm downloading so much stuff. It's much more than what I was downloading on the Arch. Like when I literally did update my entire system today earlier, and it downloaded 5 gigabytes. Like why? I don't have that much stuff installed. I mean, I do have that much stuff installed actually. If you look at the NeoFetch, and it says that I have 2,500 packages installed. Is there a reason because of the dependency management? Is it because a lot of packages are duplicated, or is this not the reason? Why are we downloading this much? Like, I mean, why do I have 2,000 packages? I think on my Arch I had like 1,500, and that is because my Arch system is bloated. All right, let's see. Let's see over here. Import, qualify. Yeah, qualify. All right. We need platform. No, not platform. Hold on. This is a method on key event. Event. Text. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's implementing the trait. All right. Is this implementation of this trait and available on all the platforms? Because this is something from the platform, which makes me assume that it doesn't work on all the platforms. On Android, you will fall back to text. All right. So basically, this means that we have done text input, right? So I'm just going to do this over here. I'm going to say that my edited text, we just push text, right? And then we do this. If let some edited text is edited text deref mute. Yeah, if we are currently editing the text, that is. All right. Is ASCII control. So I was ignoring the ASCII control characters before. Should I do this here? Why is my cargo FMT failing to format? Left behind a trailing white space. Is this because this line is too long and it cannot format it? I think that's the reason. I think that is the reason. Yes, so if I just make it smaller, then the formatting works. I was doing text basically. I don't know. I added this not so long ago, so maybe I will like change this at some point. We have an error over here. Okay. What about setting the cursor type? So previously on Winit you had the hand cursor icon, and now you don't have it. What is it replaced with? Hand is probably grab, right? Is that what this was named to? Wait, pointer. I don't remember. This probably corresponds to the pointer on the web. Yes, it's because it's after the web APIs. I know that Winit works on the web, but I think it didn't work when I originally started this. It's all like W3C. Isn't properly move selected stuff. Hold on. Wait, it's all like W3C, which means that is it there a thing that's called pointer? Oh, okay, pointer is pointer. All right. What is a pointer? The cursor is a pointer that indicates a link, often rendered as the back side of a hand, with the index finger extended. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's pointer finger. All right. Cargo. Hold on. TV. Cargo run. Let's see. Is this going to work? Wait, 15 gigabytes of free space. Well, wasn't it like 18 gigabytes just a second ago? Oh no. All right. Yeah, we just compiled a little bit of Rust code. That's what happened. 3 gigabytes down. All right. So what happened here? We already borrowed. Oh, edited text is over here. Oh, okay. I should not borrow it here. We just do this. Okay, over here we're handling the editing text. So like backspace and the text itself. Does this provide something for the backspace? The text with all modifiers for the backspace. Is this returns me something like an ASCII control character? I have no idea. In order to test this, yes? Should I handle the ASCII control character instead of seeing that I actually press the backspace? There an example of doing text control. Also, for some reason, on X Wayland, we start the actually uninitialized data here in the window. Okay, so we have updated. We have updated this. Let's do what? Let's do open. Let's try the game, because on the game we actually use the APIs to edit text. Let's see if it's going to work or not. Probably not. I should handle backspace properly. I should ignore the ASCII control characters. Okay, we're going 3 gigabytes down again, right? All right. Look at this thing going down as we are compiling. 15.1. 14.9, 14.8, 14.7, 14.6. Oh shit, am I going to zero this stream? So now it's both NixOS and Rust that are using all of my disk space. Okay, here you go. We have a game. We have a game, and we go into the editor, and we say that I want to rename this into something, right? So backspace doesn't work, because I guess it's 2 characters at the same time. Can I... Okay, I see. Can I change and start writing some Russian? Yes, I can. I can do capital letters. Okay, nice. Nice. So this works. Does it work on Android, though? How do I make it... So, on Android, this is supposed to work now. That's what you're saying, the text input. It's supposed to work on Android now. Yes, we're going a couple gigabytes down again to try the Android build. I probably need to use some API to, like, show the keyboard. Or is this completely different API now? How am I supposed to do the text editing on the Winit master? Do 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 do. Don't know exactly how it works on Android with relation to keyboard. Wait, didn't you tell me that it works? Well, it works, you just don't know how. Is that right? Unresolved import on Android, so this doesn't work, right? Cannot find modifier supplement in platform. So I should CFG this out. CFG not target OS is Android. I think you need game activity. You mean feature. Oh, game activity is something that I spend an entire day on. Can we not do it with native activity? Game activity is something that gives me major headaches. I tried not one. I tried to make it work for 2 days and I failed. When it has both native and game. Yeah, I know. I'm working on the native activity right now, and the game activity is something that, like, it's beyond my understanding. It's too hard. Okay, no devices emulators found. Does the text input work on the native activity? That's my question. Probably not. I'm assuming. So one of the, I remember looking into this. So one of the things that game activity allows is easier text handling. All right. Anyway, let me do this. For character in text chars chars filter char is ASCII control. Wait, how do I filter like but not? How do I filter negative in Rust? I never needed that. I mean, I can just do this thing here and say not, but is there an inverted filter? Is there an easier way to write this? So I'm just filtering out the characters that are not ASCII control characters, so that my backspace works properly. If you want to remove control characters, use the text from event. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, we just do edit the text. If let some text is event text, right? It's a small stir. Go to push stir text, which can get dereferenced to a regular stir. I guess this is working. All right. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm going into editing the level. I'm changing it and I'm adding the R immediately. Wait. Hold on. Right now. Oh shit, backspace still. Oh, hold on. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. First of all, when I type something, it also types something when I release the key. So on the event, I should only do this when we're pressed, right? So only when we're pressed, I guess, is when we should be handling this. And also, on the backspace, I'm still having some text. I'm still having some text. Oh shit, 12 gigabytes. 12.5. Oh no, I'm scared. Okay, let's see. A, B. Backspace. Yeah, backspace still, yeah, okay. Dot text still has the control characters. As you can see over here, we have the U8 for backspace. But I think I can just handle the control characters. So then the way I was doing it before was right anyway. Because I want the control with something. In case I want to edit the... In case I want to handle like those things later. There's going to be more control characters, right? Or control A, control C, whatever. Ah, shit. I still get this thing on release. Why? No, because I need to do this over here. Yeah. Okay. On the press. Okay. That's how. All right. Okay. Now we can go back to the other error message on the other issues. Although text input on Android is still not going to work. Do you know how to set up the game activity? I think the problem is that all of the game activity examples, they use some like Gradle stuff. And I don't want that, okay? I want to figure out how to create the APK myself. So I looked into that a little bit and know what to use. So yeah, I just want to do it without the Gradle. I want my cargo helper to handle everything for me so that I only write Rust code on the like the user side of my engine. Okay, let's close this now. Let's go here. Cargo run. Okay, so now we want to figure out why the window is not being resized. Correct? On Wayland. Maybe it's just going to be fixed on master anyway. Let's see, so this is working nicely on the X11, and let's do Unix backend is Wayland, cargo run. Let's see, is it just going to work? Oh shit, wait, it works. Wait, hold on. The window is transparent, and it does not have the the borders. I don't even see where the... I don't even see the window borders here. How do I resize this window? Ah, I don't see where... Okay. Okay. You know what? In order to make... Wait, okay, Alt F4 doesn't work. Yeah, okay. So Wayland is broken, right now. I cannot Alt F4 the window. I ask the window without decorations, I guess. I don't think I am. I'm doing the regular one. I think it's... Do you not think that this is the Gnome extension that is working? Then removing my stuff? Let's do it without the transparency. So that I can at least see something. I'm just doing regular window. I'm just setting the title. Otherwise everything should be a regular window. How do I handle a close requested? Well, I set my flag to true, that I need to stop the event loop, the main loop. Okay. I mean, do you get the event? We can try to see if we get the event. Okay. Alt F4 doesn't work. All right. Let's go into window native. All right, over here. So we were handling the keyboard input here. And now let's... So like on the resize, I was doing the logging and I did not see the logs about the resizes. So I'm not getting that for sure. Let's see, close requested. Let's do log debug close requested. Okay. Let's see if we get the event. Because I don't think we do. Of the same reason that we're not getting the resize events. Oh, it's over here. Hold on. Alt F4? Alt F4. And it doesn't work. Yeah, this window, it doesn't work nice when it's when the transparency is set to false, and I still clear it with a transparent color. Whose problem is that? Like, why are we seeing this? Is this problem with Gnome? It doesn't handle the non-transparent window. It still is drawing them as if they were transparent. You lied to the compositor about transparency. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, let's clear it with not with the transparent color. Let's do black, not transparent. I expect to have glitches. I expect to have no glitches no matter what I do, actually. Because that's how good software should work. I should definitely not see some uninitialized data. Okay, there you go. So this window does not have any decorations, but I'm not asking for that directly. Pretty sure that this is the, let's see, extensions. Wait, hold on. I guess we go here. This and that. Okay, so the extension is the unite. And I have here hide window title bars always. So if I do never, and then maybe I need to relaunch it then. Now, hold on. Who is deleting this then? It's not the extension. If it's not the extension, then what it is? What is it? Let's see how I create the window. But I'm pretty sure I'm just doing the default stuff. Wait. Okay. So on the X Wayland is also... I also don't have this thing. Ah. But this is because of the extension, right? So when I'm creating the window, I'm creating the event loop, and then I do this window builder. So window builder, all I set here is I don't set the size here. I just set the title, and then I set the transparent to be transparency, which is set to false currently. So that's all I really do for the winit window builder. Why don't I have decorations? Maybe winit is actually respecting this like rule that the Gnome is setting so that the windows don't have the title bar. Like the VS Code also doesn't have the title bar. Maybe you broke something? Wait, but this window also doesn't have the title bar, right? Extensions. Hold on, let me just make sure. Alacrity still has it. Does VS Code use Wayland or X Wayland? What should I test it on? I'm not even sure. Hide window title bars, never. Let's open another code. Yes, I still don't have it. Try X prop. And click on this. What am I looking for? For X size, it's Wayland then. Oh, you're saying that it is using X. Yeah, okay. Because it works on this. It doesn't work. Yeah, like it doesn't work on OBS, for example. Or on my browser. But it works on the VS Code, which means that this is the... It's using X11, alright. So why don't I have the title bar? Huh? Well, maybe VS Code is just... Oh, hold on. But I literally disabled this in my extension. Never. Electron is supposed to work with Wayland, but it doesn't sometimes. Neovide. Yeah, Neovide also doesn't have it. Look at this. Why? This is also using X Wayland, by the way. don't I have my window decorations now? Is it a problem with the Gnome? Because the rules have been set already and I cannot revert them anymore? No idea. X-prop. This is, the Alacrity is working on Wayland, that's for sure. So Alacrity does have the title. But all the other windows don't. For whatever reason. Okay. I'm not sure what's happening. Alacrity is using winit, so it's expected. Okay. So VS Code probably just doesn't draw this, but I'm pretty sure that VS Code by default I did see the decorations. At some point it disappeared for some reason. I'm not sure when it happened, but I'm pretty sure the first time I opened the VS Code I had the little button to close the window. Anyway, let's do some committing. Let's do some committing. So this is me updating to the newest winit, right? And this is me. Hold on. Update to winit master. Easy. Okay. And then this is what? This is just me working on the thing. Okay. Okay. By the way, any ideas of how do I would actually like to use Gnome, I think, at least for a little bit. Can I capture windows on Gnome, Wayland, or can I not? It's a bit weird that default winit example had decorations, but your client didn't. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Well, it doesn't have decorations, by the way. They on the X Wayland, but that's expected, right? The winit Unix backend Wayland run example window. This one has actually, yeah. You're right. You're right. So on Wayland we have the fantastic window. On Wayland has the decorations, but my window does not. You are right. And I'm using the patch, right? This is exactly the window that I'm using. Let's go to winit. Let's see. If I go to somewhere, window native, when I'm creating the window, like over here. Oh, this is the event loop. Okay, over here. Can I do? Maybe call set decorate somewhere? No. I don't remember that, so that's not happening. Set decorate is not a thing, for sure. I did not do that. Let's just make sure that the winit. Oh, okay, I'm using the winit, not from the clone thing, actually. Did I not set the patch? Hold on, I guess I can just change the patch to use the path dependency. It's going to be temp/winit. So the one that I actually cloned, just to be sure that it's the same code that I'm running. Here's the window. It doesn't have decorations. I'm using the I'm clicking this and it doesn't work also. I'm pretty sure I'm using the same code. So the only difference is the winit example uses. Wait, I think. No. The gluten example also did work, right? So I'm not handling some events or something, maybe? I don't know. Why am I compiling again? Didn't compile this yet. Oh, because the winit is. You have the code somewhere? You can look myself, you guess? Okay. I guess let's try. If I go to gang, let's try that. Wayland can run example grab rave. Let's do this one. Yeah, let's compile. Okay, we are down to 10 gigs. 10 gigs. Okay, so over here, this is the dancing crab. That is just a regular window, right? By the way, why am I failing to set cursor to default? Platform Wayland, Windows state, failed to set cursor to default. No idea. Alt F4 doesn't work. We don't have window decorations, and I cannot resize the window. So those are resize. Oh wait, hold on. I can resize. So okay. So as you can see, I can resize. I can resize if I do this. All right. I can maximize. Maximization didn't work nicely. But I cannot resize by just Yeah, the window is not resizable for some reason. And Alt F4 doesn't work. Okay, so the code is, let me just make sure that I have committed everything. Cargo lock. Well, cargo lock should not matter. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, you make sure that you run on Wayland and you run the example crab rave here. And the code is over here. Oh wait, my bot isn't working, obviously. So I will not be able to do the command. GitHub, engine. Over here. It's not super minified example though. But the example itself is in the gang crate over here. Gang examples. Grab Rave. All we really do here, just initialize the engine normally. It just creates the window with the default settings. And on the gang window, source, platform, native. Over here, I'm creating the winit stuff. I'm creating the event loop. And then with the window, routine display builder stuff. Over here, this is the winit window builder. And I'm literally only saying the inner size, title, and transparency. And all of the other things is the gluten stuff. There's more problems here that I want to fix at some point. But the absence of window decorations is strange. Strange indeed. Wait, did I go to the gluten here? And did I say this? And this has window decorations, right? Yeah. Okay. This works. Okay. Okay, let's see. Gnome Wayland window capture. Is this possible, or should I just? I think I'm just going to the to not use Wayland. Or is there a way? Gnome Wayland OBS window capture. OBS can capture screen but not window with pipe wire. On Wayland Sway. At this point, likely Gnome only. So Gnome is the only thing that cannot capture windows, right? At this point in time. Think Gnome can do that? How do I do that? That's what they said. Where do they say it? Can you find? Can you like? What should I be searching for? Because I'm searching Gnome Wayland OBS window capture. Okay, here's my OBS. Should I add something? So like, I'm using Pipewire to do the screen capture. Oh wait, window capture Pipewire. It's like a different thing. Window capture Pipewire. Select window. Oh, hold on. It works. It's just a different thing. I think on my Hyprland, it was also the screen capture where I could select either, like the selection just worked differently. Okay. Okay, so wait, can I not do cancel here? Wait. Hold on. Oh, it's because discard. Discard. Why do I need to discard twice? This is also weird. Alright. So basically I can do project CTV and then I can do cargo run, release. So using X, wait, release. Yeah, I actually want to do the release. We're going to use a little more of our disk space here. You know what? No. Maybe I will clean afterwards. We're not down to 0 gigabytes yet. Alright. Update, whatever. Okay, we're going to have this thing full screen and transparent at the same time. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I remove the transparency, right? Let's do the run. Okay, the thing is full screen and transparent, right? So I see myself here. Okay, so if I move this to, let's say, to this monitor. Can I move this to this monitor? Okay, I can. Okay, then I do this. And then I do select window in my OBS. And the window is going to be this window here. Okay. So why is this window okay. So even although this window is transparent, I'm not capturing it with the transparency. So when you do the screen sharing, when you do the screen capturing in OBS, it does not capture the transparency. Is that right? So we did all of that for nothing. Because I cannot capture the transparent window with the transparency. Or did I do something wrong again? This window is definitely transparent. Definitely transparent. Is something in OBS to blend? I don't know. Let's see what is there to. So here's my stuff that's capturing the window. There's no settings here. I can just select the window. So I'm selecting this window, which is transparent, and I see the black color. There's no settings here. OBS window capture pipe wire transparency. Wait, hold on. What is this? Fix transparent windows capturing incorrectly on Wayland using pipe wire. Why am I on Steam? Because OBS is on Steam? Apparently. On April 5th, 2023. I'm using the one from Nix Packages Unstable, which is probably the newest one. Transparency only works if you compose a scene. Wait, what does this mean? Only if I compose a scene? Where is the open scene filters? That's not it. What do you mean compose a scene? Like over here, for example, this text, right? This source has transparency on it. What do you mean compose a scene? There's no such thing. I mean, how transparent windows should be captured, the content behind it, not part of the window. No. It should get like, so like I'm rendering onto the window, right? And the window has this color that is used for by the compositor, by the Wayland compositor, right? To draw the window. So the content behind it, it's not part of the window. Yes, it's not part of the window. I should be able to see what's the actual color of the thing that I have drawn, right? So if I draw a semi-transparent color, it should be captured as a semi-transparent color. That's how it works on Windows. On Windows, it did work. For browser source, it works. Which means that it's probably a problem. The window opacity only matters for Gnome, so Gnome blends them into a scene. Window opacity only matters for Gnome. No. I'm saying not the window opacity. Every pixel has its opacity. Because we are using all the 4 channels on the color, right? Our frame buffer has a red channel, green channel, blue channel, and the alpha channel. And when we're using the window capturing, we should be able to see all the 4 channels. So it's not the window opacity, it's like every pixel has the color, right? Including the alpha channel. So over here, this black color is actually transparent black, but the crab that you are not transparent. So it's not the window transparency. Like some pixels are transparent, some pixels are not. That's how it works. Some people can be only partially transparent. Yeah, but the end color is computed by Gnome. The end color on the screen is computed by Gnome, yes. Because, but the end color, so like, there's 2 different things. There's OBS, and then there's like the actual monitor, right? Like on Windows, the end color on the screen is also computed by Windows, obviously, but you can capture a semi-transparent window and you will be able to see a semi-transparent, because you don't want the end color. You want the source color, which is the frame buffer color that I'm drawing onto the window. I want to capture the color that is produced by my application. I don't want the end color, right? So that was it's supposed to be capturing. So the only way it could work if GNOME rendered all that into its frame buffer and then exported part of its frame buffer to OBS. No, that's not correct. The frame buffer is already there. I'm already capturing it, but I'm seeing the black color. What GNOME does is likely passes DMA buff handle right to pipe wire. What is the DMA buff? Alright, DMA buff. Like, I'm like, okay. Let's do a test. So this window over here is going to be full screen. So as you can see this window, right? This is a full screen transparent window. So that behind this window, as you can see, we see the browser. We see the browser. If I enable the capturing, I still see the black. Oh, by the way, hold on. Why is it all black? Why is the window capture all black? I don't understand. Hold on. Let's select the window. The window is going to be the TTV window. Share. Yeah. Okay. So see. Do you see that behind the Kuviman over here we have the NixOS activation also, and the DMA buffers on Google, but over here it's black. So it's supposed to be transparent black, not transparent black. That's how it works on Windows, and that is how it should work here. The DMA buff is the buffer that I draw onto using my OpenGL, right? And this buffer has transparency, because that's what GNOME uses for me to be able to see behind this window, right? I think the problem is with this plugin for OBS. That's my guess. It just discards the alpha channel, probably. Because the buffer for this window definitely has transparency. Yes, that you sent it to GNOME to compose it into a scene. Yes. GNOME then blends everything according to your alpha. Yes. So the exact same thing that GNOME uses to blend everything according to the alpha. I want to use the same data, but in OBS. So it's the same buffer that we are using as our data source to do the composition, right? So OBS should work the same way. But OBS doesn't know against what to blend. It knows. It knows. Okay. Let me show you. Let's say that we have a browser source. Let's say we have a browser source. And then we say that background color over here is 100. Okay. And we say Google.com. No, not Google.com. Hold on. What can I do? nixos.wiki. Oh wait, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, the problem is the OBS. So OBS doesn't compose at all. So this is a semi-transparent background here. The OBS actually doesn't know how to compose stuff. Wait, hold on. Why is that? Why is that? So the browser source also doesn't work. This is supposed to work. If I do... Oh, wait. Maybe 100 is... Maybe I do 0.1? Oh, yeah. 0.1. Look at this. Okay. Fine. No. It's okay. I just... it's a value from 0 to 1, the alpha, on the RGBA, right? So, yeah. Over here, I specify 0.5. And as you can see, we have a semi-transparent background on the NixOS wiki, right? So that's exactly what I want for the capturing of my window. Like, as you can see, this is doing the composition. OBS knows how to blend stuff. It's just the window capturing that doesn't work. OBS window capture pipewire transparency. Alpha. I think people just don't use the Wayland to stream. Look at this. Pipewire window capture doesn't use transparency. Please see this. Recording pipewire window has black border. Allow me to give some more detail into this situation. Closing this bug is correct, because it is not an OBS Studio bug. Our pipewire code is able to draw transparency just fine. What's wrong with this situation is the compositor itself. Matter uses non-transparent frames both for window and monitor captures. That's the problem. The black border around the window is its shadow, but because the buffer has no transparency, it becomes pure black. Okay, so the problem is Gnome, then, right? Because we're not capturing the actual thing that Gnome uses to compose. It's like the temporary buffer that does not have the transparency or something, right? Matter is what? Is matter what Gnome uses? Matter Linux. Matter is Wayland display server and X window manager and compositor library. So yeah, the problem is Matter. Okay. Reported to Matter here. Thanks to everyone to help triaging. Okay, let's see. What do they say about it? So this is the black border on screen capture window. I'm also dealing with this at the moment. Oh, somebody else is having a trouble with that 1 week ago. I managed to work around the issue by using the undecorate window extension, which seems to remove the border and window title, but since this extension loses its state, it's not really a proper way workaround. I think the key problem is that the decoration is included to make window screen captures look prettier, though there is no way to remove the borders. Okay, so basically, the window script capture, it does not only capture the like frame buffer that I'm drawing to itself, it also captures the borders of the window, right? And that is something that is being added by the Matter. So when they add that, they draw onto a buffer that does not have transparency on it, which is why we have the black stuff. Because they do the... Yeah. Okay. I guess that's what's happening. So what I really want to do is I want to capture not the window with the borders, right? If I want to capture what my game actually draws, and there is no way to do that. I should try to switch to the X11 and see how well can I work there. One of the other issues, like what the reason I am doing this, my stuff can compile to the WebAssembly, right? And we can do the web and do the browser source. But the problem is on NixOS right now. My at least on Wayland, my OBS browser source does not have the hardware acceleration. So if I switch to X11, will I have the hardware acceleration? Because I used the patch that was supposed to fix that, but it didn't. For me, maybe because of the Wayland, but maybe not. Who knows? Maybe I can draw to the off-screen buffer and tell OBS to use it. Yes, but how do I tell OBS to use it though? Like, I can probably like do it as an OBS plugin, but then I need to figure out how to do that. How to do the OBS plugin instead of just rendering into a window. Because OBS will give me the thing to draw into if I do that. Let's see, can I capture something else here? So we can capture the audio devices, audio output capture, browser, color source, game capture. Oh wait, game capture is probably it. Game capture is probably it. Let me try. Is it still running? It is still running. Okay, so game capture. Capture any window. Allow transparency. What do you mean any window? I don't want any. I want specific window. Game capture is probably what is capturing the stuff we're drawing to, right? OBS Linux game capture. Requires OBS with EGL support. On Xlab Unity explicitly enable EGL. Game capture to your OBS scene. Oh, okay. So I have OBS VK capture, but I need OBS GL capture too because I'm using OpenGL, not Vulkan. I think. Is that right? Let me see. Here's my OBS. Hold on. I have it opened already here. Yeah, here's my OBS. So we have OBS VK capture. Is there such a thing as OBS GL capture? So that's like a separate thing that is going to allow me to capture OpenGL games. So that's how we capture the buffer itself. Undefined value OBS GL capture. Hold on. XOS GL capture. Wait, this is OBS Linux Vulkan / OpenGL game capture. Well, this is not a program, right? So I think this says that this requires OBS with EGL support, but I think the EGL doesn't work. That's literally because my browser source, as you can see over here, it says that WebGL is not available because the browser supports, but it's disabled or unavailable. So my OBS does not have the EGL support. I don't have hardware acceleration, basically, and we need that for it to work. EGL is default on web. So can you tell me why? I mean, I have found this is the issue in the Nix packages of the OBS. Do you use Nix? Anyway, I need to go eat. There is a Nix packages. Nix packages over here. Issues, OBS, hardware, acceleration is not enabled over here. So this is the issue that I have found already. I need hardware OpenGL enabled, true. I have that, I'm pretty sure. Over here, this is the issue, and here's what we need to do. And if you look at my Nix files, here's what I do for OBS. Maybe I need to do something else. So I'm using this thing to enable libgl. Just like they do here. Oh, but we need to also launch it like this, right? Then let me just try really quickly. Launch anyway. Hold on. If I have the browser, yeah, see, this still says that my WebGL is not available. So I'm not sure how to fix that. That's one of the issues that I have. Okay, I'll go eat and then I will be back in like 10 minutes. I probably like should not care about all of the issues that I have. We work on the game instead a little bit after I eat. Okay, I'll be back soon. Okay, I have an idea. What if I go out and then go back and launch the Gnome, but not on Wayland, but on X11 instead? So what if we actually go back and not use Wayland? Is it going to work better? How about we try that right now? So I say logout. And then I will log in really quick. Okay, are we live? Though, because I don't know. I think we should be live. So now, if we see what's going on, using new fetch, for example. So now I'm using the Gnome, and we're not on Wayland anymore. So is this going to work better? Oh, look at this. So my alacrity does not have the title anymore. It has the it has the rounding on top of it here, which looks weird. Okay. The browser, by the way, should be disabled. Okay. Okay. What if I try OBS, verbose, enable GPU, use GL, AGL? Is this going to run? Let me try. Am I going to have hardware acceleration here? Cancel, cancel. No. The browser does not have WebGL support still. So that's not the issue. Okay. Well, also, for some reason, it doesn't seem like I have 144 FPS here anymore. On Wayland, it was more smooth. The thing itself. When I do this, I had 144 FPS actually. What if I do... display settings. This one. Yeah, we have 144 hertz. But it doesn't feel like 144. It did feel like 144 on the Wayland. Interesting. Other stuff work. Pretty much all of the other stuff so far is working. Okay. So what can I do on Wayland OBS? Can I on Xorg OBS? We can do screen capture XSHM. And I can do window capture Xcomposite. Right? So let's run the no, not this. Cargo run release the Twitch bot. So there it is. This is a full screen window. As you can see, I can move this one to over here. And let's say that I'm going to add not the game capture. Well, I guess the game capture doesn't work, right? Yeah, we don't see it. The game capture does not work. Let's try the window capture X composite. Okay, and I have the TTV here. Okay, hold on. This actually works. Look at this, we have the overlay. We have the overlay, and it is transparent. And it's not using the green screen. Okay, that's one way to do it. Nice. Okay. Now I can work on all of the other stuff. Which is what? Transparency. Transparency is back. How do I detach? Detach background process. Wait, do I just do BG instead of this? No, BG suspended jobs. We have one suspended job. When I bring it back to the foreground, then it's continuing to run. Is anyone good with Linux? Like, I want to close this window basically, and but keep the process running. Detach, disown, I guess, right? That's what we need. And disown. Disown. Warning, job is suspended, use kill, continue. Yes, we want to continue. Is it still? The thing is not running, hold on. Hold on, how do I continue it actually? Kill continue doesn't work. This is the process, yes. Why is it negative? Should it be positive? Kill, signal. Oh shit. They literally say that I should use kill-cont. But it does not work. Why not? Kill-cont doesn't work. Continue process after disown. How do I reclaim disowned process? Raptor? I don't have it installed. Is that a thing? Okay, now it's continuing. Okay. Okay. I don't understand. Hold on. I continued it, but I could not control Z in bash. Anymore. Cargo run release. So basically what I want is I want to do this, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Huh? What? I don't understand. So I want to do Control Z over here. Control Z. This is suspended, right? And I want to disown, but it is suspended. So I want to do this to resume. I'm doing this, but the bot isn't working anymore, right? This thing is like not working. It is not being continued. It's saying that I'm not responding. And also for some reason I cannot do that. Can you run it with no hub? I don't know what no hub is, but I probably can. What is no hub? Run a command immune to hangups with output to a non-TTY. Alright. No hub, cargo, run, release. Also, hold on. I don't understand why this didn't work. Zash, disown, like, background, disown. Wait, BG is supposed to continue, right? But it did not continue for me. BG that didn't work for me, right? And also, if we started the problem with this is a Zash specific shortcut to both background and disown the process. Am I doing game dev? Yes. Do you mean right now? Right now, probably just Linux. I can go to game dev if you want. I'm just trying to run the bot in the background right now. Do you know how to do on Linux? Run bot in the back. Like, this is supposed to run this in the background on Zash. Do what I need to do. I don't need to do anything. I don't have a plan. I don't have a plan. You don't know anything about this stuff, yeah. I don't know like much about this. I mean, this was working for me before. But this time it's not working. Oh wait, it actually is. Hold on. I'm compiling in the background. Hold on. Ah, stop compiling in the background. I don't want that. I want to compile in the background. Yeah, see, this compilation is still happening in the background. Is it? Hold on. Let me open Alacrity instead. Cargo? No, cargo isn't working. Okay, maybe not. Alright. If I do this, and then I do exit. Okay, actually this worked. So this worked, but this didn't work in the VS Code integrated terminal for some reason. VS Code integrated terminal works differently. This is still saying that we're not responding, which is weird, because the process is supposed to run even, like... I don't understand this. Hold on. So the cargo run release, right? This is going to run this thing. There you go. This thing is running. If I do 1, then we will see Kuviman over there, right? And the Kuviman is moving. But if I do move this process to the background, the Kuviman is stopping. And BG is supposed to continue the background process, right? So over here, you see it says continued, but also suspended. Continued, suspended. Why is it doing the suspension again? Because it is doing continuing and suspending at the same time. Weird. BG suspends again. I mean, we need to do the no hop, right? That's what it is for, right? So we do no hop. Cargo run release. And then can I do Control Z? And then I can do disown. And then can I do 1? No. It is still suspended. No hop is supposed to never suspend, no? I don't see it. It doesn't work. No hop cargo run release dev null. If I don't do dev null, then it doesn't. Okay. Because it's trying to attach to the same, like, thing? Is that why? Force quit. That's what you use. What if I just do cargo run? Dev null. Dev null. So you do this to do background, but in Zesh I can also append the exclamation mark, and it's also going to disown this thing automatically. So the window is there, the bot is online, but as you can see, it's not responding. So this is very, very weird. It does not do any, like, I think it works for some terminal stuff, but for some reason it doesn't want to draw anything on the thing. So if I don't do that, but run the program normally, then I'm going to see the avatar on the screen. This is weird. You know? Avatar? Am I making a VTuber? No. I'm doing your Ferris 3D stuff. So that, like, you can see your Ferris 3D again, you know? So the window is here, but it's not working. Or when I do it in the background. I need to do it in the foreground, basically. So I'm going to basically do cargo run release and have both my terminal. Even although I don't want to see my terminal, I'm still going to need that because I cannot put this in the background for some reason. And the window itself. So over here we have a transparent window. Do you see this transparent window? You probably don't see it because it's transparent, but if I do 1, as you can see over here, we have the nvim appeared on the screen. So now it's not really transparent, this window. So I'm going to put this on the other monitor, right? And then I'm just going to do a window capture, and the window capture is this window, right? So now we have this capturing that is working. But unfortunately, I need to have both my terminal and my window at the same time. So this is 2 windows that I don't want to see, actually. Because, yeah, so the way it worked before is that I have opened a server, which was static, like serving the web page, and I was doing the OBS browser source. But now, because I don't have hardware acceleration in my OBS, because of some weird issues, I need to do a native window. And I cannot do native window for whatever mysterious reason without a terminal, because I cannot just run and disown stuff. This is very weird. Alright. Okay, whatever. Like, it works, it runs in the background, I don't really see the window anyway, right? So we can do whatever we want now. And what do we want to do now? What is the next thing? What is the next thing to work on? Did you see this? Did you see my progress on the link cider remarch? Link cider. You did not? I mean, it's not much, but well, first of all, the last thing that we did is started working on the actual level selection screen. So let it just compile in a second here. Oh, look, we're down to 6.7 gigabytes now. Oh no, I'm running down on disk space 6.9, 6.8. This was nice for a second. Anyway, here's our new selection screen, and we can use arrow keys here, we can use mouse to hover, we can use dragging of the camera. This is for the mobile, so this works on the mobile also. Everything, we can go into the editor here to go editing the levels if we want. But yeah, mostly this stuff. So here we have a secret code for the numbers. Apply this. Okay, I will look at that in a second. Over here, as you can see, we have our own custom numeric system. This single dot means 1, this means 2, and this means 3, and this means 4, and this means 5. It's not super secret. It's like Roman numbers, but slightly modified. But yeah. Do this if win it event redraw events cleared. Then we close. Then we exit. What does this mean exactly? Also, by the way, I'm right now on I'm not using Wayland anymore. I'm not even going to test it. But I'm on X now. And as you can see, this the code in general was wrong. Generally, what you want is to use the upcoming Winit API pump events for what you're doing. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I changed the code a couple of times because, yeah. We have breaking changes a lot of times, but yeah, sure. Exit could early exit, so it never reached event processing. Redraw events cleared. You know what? Let me just apply this. Redraw events cleared is the event right before going back to polling. Should it? Wait, hold on. That was weird. How do I apply a patch? Can I apply a patch to this thing? Copy path. Patch. How do I use the patch tool? I think I used it once. Apply a diff to file to an original. Original file, then patch file. Okay, so we just do patch. And then, can I, hold on, can this be the std in? Std in is not found here. Can I apply the patch to std in? Git apply -3. So git apply in is not a patch, right? Git apply. Git apply -3. Three-way. Attempt a three-way merge if the patch records the identity. What? What's a three-way merge? Patch records the identity of blobs it is supposed to apply to, and we have those blobs available locally, possibly leaving the conflict markers. Git apply. Patch. Patch. Run D directory. Oh wait, we have the file there already. I see. Git apply. Is it not git apply this? Okay. You're trying to start a war with a stream title? No. The war has already finished. We have won. I think. The war started a long time ago and we finally have finished it. We finally know which thing is better now. Okay, so basically, hold on. Hold on. I'm just trying to see. Like, can I create this patch somehow? Like, oh wait, hold on. How do I copy from the clipboard? I'm on X, not on Wayland anymore, so WL copy paste is not going to work, right? Yeah, because we're not on Wayland anymore. Oh shit. So we are now. It's clip. X clip. xclip. Okay, xclip. How do you use xclip? I don't remember. Xclip dash dash help. No such file directory. Oh shit. Do I need to do man? Command line interface to X selections. Alright. Read text into X selection. How do I paste basically? Is that how you use it? No, that's how I copy something into this, right? I think. Yeah, this is how I copy into the buffer. How do I paste though? Xclip out. You know what? This manual is not very useful. Print the selection to start out. Like this is not very intuitive. Print selection. They should just say paste xclip out clip. Okay, hold on. Oh wait. So xclip out. Wait, so why is this selection with the single dash? Hold on. No. It's single dash out. Xclip out. Out. Wait, what? Did I copy the out? Hold on. So let's say that I copy the link side of this thing, right? All right. Yeah, it works. Okay. So we now copy the patch, and then we do xclip out, and then we do git apply. But we need to do this in this thing. All right. Nice. Did it not apply anything? Oh wait, hold on. It actually did. So here's what we applied. Wait, so wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I don't understand this. I do not understand this. you say that now this function can run multiple times, and instead of just running one time, and we exit the loop when we get the redraw events cleared, right? That's like a different logic. Okay. Long commands should be prefixed with double dashes. I don't know. Some of the programs on Linux, they are weird and they don't follow the convention for some reason. The xclip being one of them. It was a single dash, not a double dash. Okay, I mean this works. Okay, everything works. I mean, all right. Let's say that this is I don't know. What do I commit here? I say patch from chat. Thank you, chat. What did we fix though? So supposedly we fixed the thing on Wayland, right? But I'm not on Wayland right now, so I will not test it. I will test it later, I guess. I just need not to forget. They are such a legacy at this point. Everyone is used to the way they work. That watermark threw you off. What about this eye over here at the top? Does that not throw you guys off? But yeah, the fact that they are legacy is why I tried to use Wayland, but it looks like there is like a lot of issues with the Wayland still. I mean, it works, but not everything works. It's moving. Yeah, it's looking. Right now it's looking at you. That guy, Doru. Yeah. You are over there. Okay, what do we do now? Now I don't know what to do. This with the next release of Winit, you'll be forced into more or less correct event loop handling, so such things wouldn't happen. Okay. Okay. If we talk about Winit specifically, then Rust windowing, Winit. The thing is the IME, right? So I think that's the thing. IME. Soft key input, software keyboard support. This is what I want, right? On Android. The application should be able to request showing and hiding of soft input. This is available through the NDK glue for Android. But this strangely feels like functionality that should be attached to the window. Wait, is this available through the NDK glue? I think it's not available through the NDK glue anymore. Is it? I want it to work with native activity specifically, if I can. So there is a function in the NDK on the native activity, which is called show soft input, right? The API is there technically, but show soft input, it's somewhere over here. Yeah, native activity has a show soft input method, but whenever you call it, it actually doesn't work. Yeah. Yep. It doesn't work because my activity isn't focused or something. Did I close the winit again? I like closing my tabs, but then I need to go back sometimes. Show soft input is what I want. So there's the game text input library that requires you having a the game development kit, which like technically probably is something that I should look into more. We started looking at that, but then it's like so hard because it requires more than just Rust. We need to add like Java dependency to our project. And then I don't want to use Gradle. Like I refuse. So I need to be able to build the APK myself and compile the Java. So yeah, I don't want to do that right now. I want to do that right now. What do we do right now? Maybe we work on something simple on the game. Something simple on the game. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the priority issues. Implement your own keyboard. That's one of the things, yeah. It's one of the things that we could do. Well, technically, I don't need it for a game. I don't need it for a game. We only want it because we wanted the level editor to work on mobile too. And in the level editor, you want to be able to name the levels and name the like level groups. So that's why we need the keyboard input. But otherwise, the game does not require any text input. So just for the level editor. So it can wait. It can wait. Try asking in winning channel metrics and no reviews there. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should be interacting with people more. But other than streaming, I don't really talk to people, you know. Usually, I try to figure out stuff myself. Yeah. Maybe I should. But at the same time, it's not a priority for us anyway. The mobile port is basically done. Like we can do everything on mobile except for creating the new level because we need to specify the name for a level and like some more stuff. Also, the volume buttons don't work for some reason on our Android build of the game. And one of the things on the Winit, maybe we work on this one. Maybe work on this one. So on Android, when you like, you can lose your OpenGL context because you go out of the window, right? You put your game into the background, and then when you go back to it, suspend resume, yeah. So yeah, maybe we'll work on that. How hard is it? And what should I be doing for that? It's just the events, right? It is just the events. Gluten example handles it. Yeah, I remember looking at that. So the question is though, how much do I need to recreate? How much do I need to recreate? Do I still have my OpenGL objects? Like textures, vertex buffers, everything? Let's take a look at the gluten example. Examples. Android. I just need to look at this library, right? It's just 350 lines. That's not that big. Okay, so we basically go for the events. Control flow set weight. I don't know what it is. Just GL surface. GL surface is the only thing that we need to recreate, is what you're saying, right? GL context, so the OpenGL context still exists, but OpenGL surface, the one that we're drawing to, is the thing that needs to. So we don't have anything to draw onto once we are in suspension. Yes, context is alive. So basically. By the way, so over here we have gluten context, possibly current context. Yeah. The current context, that's okay. Surface. So surface is something. So surface is something that exists, but we cannot draw onto, right? So what happens after the suspension to this surface struct? Like nothing? I will just panic if I use it? Or is it undefined behavior? Probably not undefined. Destroy the OpenGL surface and uncurrent the GL context. Why do I need to uncurrent the OpenGL context? Do I need to uncurrent the OpenGL context? Or do you just do this just in case? Surface and window will be gone. Okay, surface and window. Yes, but I mean the structs are still there. It's just I will not be able to use them, right? Let's see. So window and surface are the things that. So we're going to have state, right? Which is going to be state, and it's going to be optional, right? And we have state, which is going to have window. Wait, winit window is also gone, right? So the winit window is gone, and the GL surface is gone, is what you're saying. You could just put both into option. Yeah, I'm just like grouping them into a one struct because they're both gone. Right? Is there a better name than state? I don't know. Maybe. So in the very beginning, I don't even have that in the very beginning, right? The window. I should wait for the first resume event, I think, if I remember correctly. Wait, no, you create the window here. Wait, there's a window here though, in the very beginning, even though you did not wait for the resume yet. But then on the resume, we're going to take the window. So this is lazy initialization of the window, basically. Oh, it's finalizing the window. Wait, on the suspension, you don't remove the window also. You only do the GL context. What is state? State is none. Oh, state has optional context, optional surface, and optional window. Okay. You just drop the window. But you already have it in the beginning. You just have you just originally you create the unfinished window. This allows you to create the OpenGL context probably, right? So you don't need to finalize the window to create the OpenGL context. Is that correct? Where are you saying that the window should not be finalized though? I don't see this. Finalize window. So originally the state is none, but window is already something. Which means that like they're separate then. After all, we create them separately and we put them in separate options. This is option, and then this is option. So when we create the window here, window is some window, surface is none, right? Because we cannot. So right now I'm using a hack. Right now I'm using a hack over here, right? On the Android, I'm running until the first resumed event. This is my hack that I'm using right now. You did see this, right? Yeah. So I need to remove that hack basically. And just remove the create the event loop. It's a bit weird, but if you look closely, if you pass none to display builder, it won't make window. Display builder. Display builder with window builder is none, right? Okay. By default, no window is created. So we just don't call the window builder, right? Because that's what we need to finalize the window creation. Wait, no. You do with window builder and window builder. Oh, hold on. On Windows you want to do this. Okay. All right. Okay. Only Windows requires the window to be present before creating the display. Other platforms don't really need one. Yeah. I remember reading something about that. Even before using Winit. If you don't care about running on Android or so, you can safely remove. Yeah. Okay. Window builder. I mean, we can just copy paste this code basically, right? First of all, window builder. We do with window builder. Well, you still create the window builder later, right? Window builder. Yeah, you create it here, and then you create it here, and they are same, right? So technically, this should be so that you don't repeat yourself. There probably should be a function that is called create window builder, which actually creates the window builder, right? And this just returns that, which is something different in my case. CFG WGL backend. But I mean, for me, what it means it is if CFG target OS is Windows, right? Which because this is what we use on Windows, the WGL. I wish the text on stream was a bit smaller so I wouldn't have to read it. Wait, well, what text? Like the code? On Windows with EGL, you don't need it. Okay. But you can still use it, because it doesn't matter. So... So the window builder that I use is this thing over here. Right? And I'm just going to inline this over here, because that's the window builder that we have originally. Okay, so we do this. I put this comment over here. All right. Then we do all of that. That probably also is wrong. I kind of rushed. The last update of gluten, I kind of rushed. So probably there is some more bad stuff here. There's some to-dos here. vsync. Yeah, vsync is not like handled. I have options vsync, whether it should be on or not. Should I do like with with swap interval? Swap, like vsync is not like a binary thing, as far as I understand, right? Only supported with EGL. With support, no. I'm not even sure how to do vsync properly. I just put a to do here. But an example also has vsync. Oh, it is the swap interval. Yeah. This is also hard. This is also simple stuff, and it's also so hard. It's on surface. Yeah. What is this? This is me specifying the OpenGL version, but I use just whatever right now. I'm targeting the OpenGL 3.3 though. Wait, am I? Wait, hold on, Ray March. What did we find out last time on Max? 3.3, it doesn't exist, right? Is that what we figured out? On macOS you have 3.3? There was something about the... Oh, it's about the GLSL versions, the shader language versions. Shader language. The minimum supported shader language version is 150. So I was using like the very, very old one, the 110. Or I was even like specifying 100 because I was assuming it was the correct thing. You need to give it the gluten. I hereby confirm that I want to run my granddad's all-stone Age of Unreal 2. Yeah. Whatever, whatever. When it breaks, I fix it. I mean, technically, I should just make it work like the gluten example. But gluten example makes it look at this. They do OpenGL 2.1 over here. Look at this. There are some old devices that support neither modern OpenGL nor GLES. To support this, we can try to create a 2.1 context. Okay, you try to create the OpenGL display twice. First with the context attributes, and then with a fallback context attributes, which is the and then with the legacy. Okay, you have basically 3 attempts here. I only do 1. Others commit crimes. Does that mean you have to? I support old ones. Yeah, true, true, true. All right. Okay, hold on. What does this to do? Android logger init once. I mean, my logger works on the Android already, which is weird. I just removed this to do, I think. Driver bugs locked away by the graphics heroes of the past. Why would you open this box of Pandora? I spent some time on it already, that's why. Like, I cannot stop. Once you start doing that, you can never stop. Okay, so window is not always there. So the real size is going to be map or... Hold on, hold on, hold on. I do. I'm going to do match. So, window. Window. Your size. And return 0, 0, whatever. That already is, I think like on Windows, when your window is minimized, the size is being 0, 0. I don't remember a lot of stuff. Do you even support DirectX? No, no, no. I never did. I always did OpenGL from the very beginning. With starting with OpenGL 2. Did you ever do that? The GL begin, GL end stuff? Yeah, 0 by 0 for to minimize. Yeah, I got some bugs because of that. Because I like why is that? Like that's weird. So that's why I have the real size and I have the regular size, which is at minimum 1, I think. I'm not sure if I should return okay here, but okay. Set the icon. I think setting the icon Does set the icon do anything on the Android? Don't think so. Because the icon is specified for the application in the manifest, right? Only Windows X11. What about Wayland? On Wayland it also does nothing? What about Macs? Do you not have window icons on Macs? I don't remember. Over here we're doing let surface. Surface is so we only do the swap buffers if this, right? Set cursor position. I hate that let else's are still not being formatted by the Rust FMT. When is this going to be implemented? This makes me not want to write any let else's. You're still in Mesh Town? Not much of an let elser. Alright. Now, like for an option, it's okay, right? It's not like I'm discarding the error here for a result. It's an option. And basically, I'm saying that this method is going to do nothing if my window is not existing. Resize. Is it possible that we get the resize event and we don't have the OpenGL surface at the same time? What about resize here? No, yeah. Some platforms like EGL require resizing GL surface to update the size. Notable platforms here are well and yeah. Yep. By the way, can I go back to the gluten winit resize surface here now instead of doing this? I mean, this method should just do that, right? Anyway, you can. This is more. I think I might still just do that. This is because I see explicitly here that I'm updating to the new size and not some weird size, which is the internal state of the window. Mesh is the only true control flow branch. It never obscures, never hides. It's always honest. Yeah, it's very verbose though. It has like it adds an additional level of nesting. But I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, well, this is compiling. This is compiling, which is wonderful. Now we just need to make it also work, not only compile. So we need to handle 2 more events, basically, which is the init event Which one? Resume? Is it not the window event? I'm handling... Yeah, it's just like the regular event, I guess, here. I'll just match on the event here, I guess. So resumed and suspended are the things. Wait, hold on. So for some reason on Windows and on Linux, the VS Code have different keybinds. To copy a line, I was doing Alt Shift down, right? But now it's doing the two cursors instead. How do I duplicate a line? Duplicate lines. Copy line down. Wait, Control Shift Alt down. I need to like hold all the keys on Linux. Why is the key binds on Linux so weird? And why are they different from Windows at all? Something that I don't understand. And also, Control Shift Alt down doesn't even work. Why? Copy line down. Look at this. It literally says Control Shift Alt down. And that's what I pressed. Is it because this is also a keybind in Gnome? Control Alt. No? How do I search the shortcuts? I don't see the shortcut here anyway. Within a minute was a community request to simplify the examples. I understand. I think they can be more so, like, technically, the example to draw the triangle. I think this should all be done, like, in one line. Can we just have something that handles the suspension and resuming for us? Everything. I'm not sure. Like, this is a long example just to draw the triangle. I imagine... I never looked at the WGPU, but I heard that their examples are also very long to just do simple stuff. Like, the thing that I do is, like, really simple. Right? Why does this not work? Why cannot copy a line down? So Control Alt left and right is switching the workspaces in Gnome. The example is basically trying to explain anything. Yeah, it's doing a good job actually. I like the example. Maybe I just change the keybind. Copy line. Line up is going to be Control Alt up. Oh wait, so yeah. How do I make it work? Who is like is it? This is Gnome. Is it? How do I delete this? I think this is the only reason why I don't like Gnome is because they have like these default shortcuts and there is so many of them that I think last time I used Gnome I literally went ahead and deleted almost every shortcut. Where is all the shortcuts? Where do I see this? In the like irregular in settings? The thing that I was looking at? View and customize shortcuts. But I didn't see a shortcut which is Control Alt down or Control Alt up, which is weird. Windows, typing, system, sound and media, screenshots, accessibility, launchers. Wait, I can only add custom shortcuts? Where do I see the default ones? And where do I delete the default ones? Because I can search for it, right? So navigation, Control Alt Tab, switch system controls. How do I go to navigation and it tells me add custom shortcut. I don't want to add, I want to delete. How do I delete? They don't allow me to delete. Gnome delete shortcuts. Remove unwanted shortcut. Keyboard. How do I disable? Keyboard shortcuts and under launcher. Wait, what is this? I never saw this. This is from 2012. Can I have something like more modern? Is it in the Gnome Twigs? Overview shortcuts. Oh, overview shortcut. This is this shortcut. Okay. Additional layout options. Emacs input. Override shortcuts to use keybinds from the Emacs editor. Where is the Vim input? I don't know. Okay, whatever. I just copy line the old way. I don't mind. It's weird though that it works for me on like and also that the shortcut is different. Okay, suspended and resumed. Those are the two events that we need to do. Over here we do self window take, right? And self GL surface take. So those are the two things that we need to destroy. And also, yeah, also I need to make this work. This should be a ref cell, basically. This is going to be annoying. This should be a ref cell. So now I cannot do a let else also, because this is a temporary value. Like, I cannot do that. Wait, can I? Why is this not complaining? It's because there are other issues, right? So the borrow checker did not return the error yet, right? But this is a temporary value that is going to be dropped here. This should be complaining here, technically. Okay. Wait, it actually is not complaining. Why is it not complaining? Is this temporary value is going to be dropped after the end of the if then? I guess so. I mean for this I'm not too surprised, but for the let else I'm actually surprised because this is the expression, right? And I was expecting this temporary to be dropped. But it actually lives for the entire duration of the function then if this compiles. Okay. Let's do suspend. Um takes the wrapped value leaving default in its place. Okay. Panics if the value is currently borrowed. Okay. So we can take the optional is going to replace it with none basically. Okay. Okay, and then on resumed, we just copy paste from the example. Okay, let's see what's happening here. So first of all, we create a window. If we already have a window, then we use that. Otherwise, we create a new window. Uh, so over here we do create window create window builder. Create window builder. So this should not be the lambda then, the closure. This should be a static method. We're using the options here. Alright, okay. Is options clonable? It's not, but it should be. I'm just going to clone that into options. Okay. Create window builder. I mean, I just make a function here. This takes options and returns window builder. Okay. Create window builder using the options. So we over here create window builder using our options that we already have from the beginning. I only allow specifying this once. And we do gluten windows finalize window. Window target. Window builder. GL config. What is the window target? Window target. Oh, this is something from the event loop. Window target is here. Event loop window target. Okay. Now that we have this, GL config. GL config is also something. Let's see, what is GL config? Am I already creating it? GL config is here. So I should have my GL config saved. Right? Created field. So over here we do self GL config. Self GL config. You can get config from context. Oh, can I? Is it going to be different? A method name display or config. The same. Okay, well, I'm just going to save it. I guess it doesn't matter. Build surface attributes. Qualify. I like qualification here so that I see exactly where it's coming from. Qualify. And over here we also qualify. Right? Not current GL context. The not current GL context is our GL context, right? Self GL context, which is possibly current. That's what I'm using, right? I'm just making it current. With the newly created GL context. And then renderer is something that we recreate, but render is what exactly in this example? What is a renderer? Something that, wait, hold on. So your example is recreating the program, recreating, oh wait, no, it's not recreating, it's lazily initializing it, right? Yes, it's lazily initializing it. So the thing that I am initializing here is the ugly, right? Ugly is my stuff here. GL display. Wait, I should not be able to create the window surface here originally, right? So that's something that I'm doing wrong right now. I should only create the context. Yeah, not current GL context. But when creating context, I already needed the OpenGL display. Is display is different from surface though, right? Wait, hold on. GL display, yeah, GL display that we have. Not exactly sure what a display is here, but okay. So we just create everything except for the context, except for the surface. So GL context, surface. This is something that we don't do. This is something that we do on the resume. Yeah, the surface is what we're creating here. And context is just this. But we are not making it current though, right? We are not making it current. It is actually not current. Because we're only doing the create context. And this is the unsafe function. I'm not making it current initially. Set swap interval. Oh wait, set swap interval. Oh, hold on. I'm actually doing the vsync. I'm actually doing the vsync. I think I already went through this example once before. This is literally what we had there already. So GL context is the not current. We have it either current or not current. Oh, try setting vsync. Hold on. This is exactly the same. So ePrintln should be log error instead. And over here we qualify. So this is me setting the vsync, right? Which means that I do this only if self options vsync, right? Like if I want the vsync, then I'm trying to set it up. Renderer. Renderer is the ugly here, which is weird. Well, this is even going to work. I'm not sure. The default is platform specific. You may want to disable that as well. Wait, the default what? Oh, the default. Okay. So if not, then we disable. Is that what you're saying? So we're over here. We say that if self options vsync, then we do the swap interval of waiting for one frame. Is that what this means, right? And then otherwise we do swap interval don't wait. Wait, why is surface GL surface is not satisfied? So we just call value like with that, call a method on GL surface directly. Which one? The set swap interval? Well, it's because this is the implementation of GL surface. It's the implementation of the trait, right? This is a trait, and this is the surface. This is trait GL surface. I can only call a method directly if I use the trait. I just don't want to use the trait. I want this to be explicit over here. Or are you saying that there is actually a method? Set swap interval. No, there is not. There is no methods on the surface directly. Only the trait implementations. Lovely. Spent an hour getting progressively more angry with little Rust LSP and Emacs. In the end, the problem was because the project root directory was my entire dev directory and not just the individual project I was working on. Pretty much zero information from error messages. Yeah, I didn't like the when I was doing Vim, I didn't like the fact that I had really little info from my Rust analyzer. So it turns out that the entire time I was working on my Vim with Rust projects, I didn't have the Rust source installed. Which is weird because I still could go to the definition of the stuff from STD. But when I moved back to the VS Code, my Rust analyzer started actually showing me the warnings and all of the information that I wanted to show me. Yeah. You know what this means? Emacs, same as Vim, is worse than VS Code. Right? Okay, so over here we basically do that self context, GL context. I mean, GL context is already there, yeah. GL context, possibly current. So possibly current, like originally when we create this thing over here, this is actually the not current. Can I make it into a possibly current? Or do I do an enum? Like, okay, by the way, so what is the reason for us to explicitly say that we want to make our OpenGL context not current? Does that even do anything? Because you, in the example, specifically say that you are making the context not current on the suspension. To send between threads, you need not current. So this helps with safety. And the unsafe API here is the making current, right? Yeah. I mean, creating the surface also. Wait, hold on. Making current is actually not the unsafe. And between threads, you need not current. It makes sense. So run return always runs this closure on the same thread. Well, it doesn't require the closure to be sent, so that, yeah. But the different run returns can technically, I mean, right now my engine is literally single threaded. I make it so on purpose sometimes, even with some phantom datas. But yeah, I understand. I know the exact reason to make not current on suspend. So from what I see, if we want the run return if we want to run this function on multiple threads, then technically we need to make the OpenGL context not current every time I return from this function, right? I think the only thing is you're not using the run return, you're using the regular run. So on the winnet, the run, which is not the run return, this is all running this thing on the same thread. until we exit completely. Okay. But using run return, I can technically make it run multiple threads, like the event loop, right? It only runs on the main thread anyway. So you cannot, so event loop itself is not send, right? Why is my font size so big? I think this was for Remarch to see. So GL context here, what should I do about it? I should treat as possibly current, yeah. It's not even marked as unsafe. I guess only the using the OpenGL context is unsafe. You like to keep your OpenGL context 50% current at all the times. Just the right amount of current. I mean, I like keeping it maybe current. Like, who knows? Maybe it's current, maybe it's not. Who cares? It's probably current. I would change this. I would change the type from being possibly current to like probably current context. Yeah, that's a better name for it. Current-ish, yeah. It's safe you remove features, not add. Well, you remove features from the current context, right? But you add to the not current. Because now it potentially has more features than the not current, but less features than the current. I removed from the not current? What do I remove from the not current, though? The possibility? The possibility of it being current has been removed. Oh, wait, no, but the possibility has been added. Oh, I removed the send. Oh, yeah, because the not current is the only thing that I can send. Alright. Nice. Because because you, in order to make your OpenGL thread safe, you need to make it not current on one thread and then make it current on the other thread. After you make it not current on the first thread. Right? So you make it not current, then you send it, and then you activate it on the other thread. Makes sense. The Remarch, the Winit guys, they are actually smart. They encode the system, the OpenGL, in the type system. I like that. They're using the power of Rust. So what is GL config? It's self GL config. And we're replacing here. Yeah, okay. So window, and I'm saying that self window replace with some window, right? And I'm also saying that self GL surface replace with some surface. Wait, but GL surface The type construction contains a reference to the surface due to the type of the argument passed. Huh? Hi, Ricky. It's just a mutex, but it does UB instead of blocking. What could possibly go wrong? Huh? The OpenGL context, you mean? It's just a mutex. Yeah, I guess it is. Is it locking the entire? Is it like the Python global interpreter lock for the entire context when you use OpenGL, or is it locking things like separately when you access them? How much OpenGL do you actually know, Raymarch? Do you know how they implement the drivers? Mismatched expected, hold on, expected surface window surface, but found a reference. Why is it a reference if this is, oh, okay. I'm literally taking a reference here. Why am I taking a reference here? I should not be taking a reference here. I should take a reference here. Yeah. Unused variable GL context. Well, this is literally a unit struct, so I should just do that. Couldn't move out of. Wait, when I'm making not current, I need to move. Yeah, because you actually do encode this in types. Yeah, that's actually right. So basically, what this means is that I need to do something like self GL context is equal to this, but also I need to treat. Hold on. Make not current returns a result. Make not current returns a result. You just unwrap it in this example. All right, that's what I'm doing. Unwrap. Unwrapping is something that we like to do here, and then we treat it as possibly current. But now this doesn't work because we take ownership and then we take it back, which means that this still needs to be an optional. From your understanding, there are parts of the context that are accessible regardless of the context being current or something. There are some special cases, but some stuff requires it to be current on the thread. Okay. So over here we have a thing here, right, which is a possibly current context, and we wanted to make it not current. But in order to do that, we need to move out of this field and then move back, and that is something that you cannot do in Rust unless you create this, make this an optional field. Well, I guess we're making this an optional field, which means that it also is going to be a ref cell. Right? So the reason they don't allow it, even though we still move back in, is because some of this thing can panic, like this unwrap can panic, and then after we move out, We didn't move into this field. So that's why we need to make it. Okay, take unwrap. Replace with this. So technically I could make it also not just an option, but I could make it an optional, like either a possibly current or a not current, to make it like harder to me to actually use the context that is not current for sure. But whatever. Over here we do cell new sum. And this is the last error that I need to do over here. Swap buffers, self context, borrow as ref, wrap. Okay, look at the number of unwraps. This is perfect. Cargo run. Is it going to work? After an hour of refactoring. Was it an hour or was it 2 hours? Or was it 3 hours? I kind of lost the track of time here. But we're going to test it on the phone too. Oh no, wait, we panicked before we even get into the phone part. Hold on. So where did we panic? Exactly. We are unwrapping anon. Okay, well, window is being unwrapped. Because I couldn't create it? Wait, what? Window and GL config is this. Window is optional. Do I need window? I need raw window. Oh, hold on. Let me take a look at the example. Do you unwrap the window here? No, you did not. Because raw window handle is also something optional. Okay, I see. So raw window handle. Instead of unwrapping here, we do window as ref map window raw window handle of the window, right? That's what we're doing. The raw window handle is something optional that we only have on Windows, basically, because only on Windows we're actually creating the window. And over here now we actually pass this optional thing. And window is something that we possibly don't have. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. All right, let's do cargo run. Variable does need to be mutable, the configs here. Why is my configs mutable? No idea. This should actually be an yeah, and options vsync. We already handle this. Segmentation failed. Nice. That has been successful. Oh, nice. What do you think seg faulted here? Nice. It has been a long time since I seg faulted in Rust. Finally, we actually have some fun. You thought Rust was safe. Well, as you can see, we have some unsafe code here. We have unsafe code in 2 places where we create the OpenGL context. Let's see what we segmentation fault. Oh wait, hold on. I know exactly what happens. All right, I know exactly what happens. So over here, when we are creating the ugly is the OpenGL abstraction that I have. I create the abstraction. This is the renderer from the example, right? We are loading the the procedures of OpenGL here. So is this something that I need to do every time I get back my context, right? I need to reload my OpenGL functions. Is that correct? Only once? So what exactly are you recreating for the renderer then? Because renderer, you're just lazily initializing it. Okay, yeah, okay. We just need. I understand. We need to lazily initialize the ugly. Because ugly is something that does not exist until the first resuming. I kind of liked the hack that I had before, where I waited for the resume here manually. Because I want all of the other like consumers of the engine to be safe to assume that the context exists, right? Wait, but the context is probably not current, so I will not be able to use it. So this is going to be undefined behavior too. If I use my OpenGL stuff when the context is not current, I will not be able to use it from other threads though. Hold on, how does this work? Let's take a look. Is this actually going to be safe? Because when I do the run return here, when I do the run return, I'm only exiting this function when we're having the redraw events cleared. Can this happen? Can this happen when my context is not current? That would technically allow the user to use the OpenGL context, which is going to be not current. But I mean, I guess I can just like not return here if my context is not current, right? So I'm literally going to do over here if self window borrow is sum, right? So if we have our window, look, not window. If we have the surface means that our OpenGL context is current. I could check if the context is current. Oh, is context current? Yeah, but this should mean the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Self. Let's just be sure here. If context borrow as ref unwrap is current. Wait, hold on. But is current is the call to the OpenGL API? Is this not? Isn't it faster to just check if my field is like set? It's like checking a boolean is faster than calling some API, right? So technically, for speed, isn't it better that I do it the way I did it before? So I know for a fact that it is not going to be current because of the way I'm doing things here. Because yeah, calling this. You can check option. Aren't you done with the redraw events? Like, isn't it actually going to sleep there? At least waiting. I should like technically I would probably be better if I just used instead of the run return the regular run function of the event loop. I would be probably much safer then. Like this is technically being handled by the engine. I think I want to like rewrite all of this code like at some point. But what does exit mean again? Exit means that we basically get control back from the event loop to our stuff. So I'm calling this, I'm progressing the event loop in my swap buffers function, which handles all the events that are happening, and then swapping the buffers on the OpenGL surface. So in order to swap the buffers on the OpenGL surface, wait, hold on. Yeah, so in order to swap the buffers, my stuff needs to be current. My stuff needs to exist. Let's do pump events. Do you want to learn that? Performance will probably be merged next week. It's not depending on you. So, okay. So you're promising us another rewrite very soon, which probably means that, like, do I also want to rewrite the, like right now for the web specifically, I have my own implementation with some JavaScript. But Winit is working on the web. Maybe I just do that. You probably handle it better than me anyway. Generally speaking, you want to run. Yeah, I think so. It sounds so exciting because you really want to use Winit. Well, I'm using Winit. It's working for me. It's just the only way the only reason I need to change it is because of Android. Wait, so is the resume and suspend not needed on the iOS? I'm not yet sure how I will try out the iOS stuff, but I guess I want it at some point. iOS is only run. Oh wait, you cannot even do the run return there. Okay, so we will actually have to. I will actually have to or rewrite all of this code then, right? Into a regular run. Okay. Well, I mean, every time I add some new platform, it's like, yeah. I'm learning something new, which, yeah. Also, I don't like this. Start text edit, stop text edit. That's how I handle my text editing right now. I think this is how SDL is also doing this. So in SDL, if you want to do text input, you have the same stuff. You have start text editing and stop text editing, and then this is what toggles the soft input on the Android. But it doesn't work right now for me because this function does nothing on the Android activity. Web is also only run. Web is also only run. But for web, I have my own implementation. So I'm not using Winit for that. I guess if I just rewrite, I will be able. Something that belongs in the right type. Yeah. It does belong there. It's just I was trying to do it very quickly. You know? A lot of the stuff that I have should be rewritten. But I mean, I think today is the only day when I actually have had the segfault in the last like 7 years, or what was it, like 8 years of Rust. This is the first segfault. With a consumable destructor that returns the text input. Yeah, but you want your text basically I want to draw the text while it is being editing. So it should not only It's not only a consuming destructor, but also while the type is alive, I'm also receiving the events. Mm-mm. What was I doing? Hold on. What was I doing? Yeah, so we need to lazily initialize. I think the current thing is still the hack, waiting for the first suspend, and then we change it into not being a hack when I do a full rewrite. So I already have this as its own crate, the windowing stuff, right? I just need to rewrite all of this, basically. How long? How much is it? So this is just 1,000, like 1,300 lines of Rust code. That's all I need to rewrite. It's like 4 examples from gluten. And it's not that much, right? Okay, do I do a hack or do I not do a hack? That's the real question here. You're a gnome. You should be careful. When I was trying to put a gnome as a tag on Twitch, Twitch said that it is probably against the policy. You know. So drunk. Hmm. Wait, why were you drunk last night? Is it because we successfully finished the Minecraft? Were you celebrating the death of the Ender Dragon? Is that why? Oh, you went to Pride thing and then a Ravel. Okay. Close. Yeah, I think the hack is actually the way. The hack is actually the way, because here's how it works, right? So whenever I'm creating the engine, I am initializing a bunch of stuff here. I don't think I can do it without the hack. I don't think I can do it without the hack. So over here, this thing is going to be reverted. Wait, I can only revert on over here? What? What happened? What did I do? Revert selected ranges. So basically what we're doing here is we did not revert the correct thing. Did not revert anything. Wait, where am I waiting for the first resume event? I didn't see it. This is where stage changes. No, I want. Oh, I staged the thing. Okay, I want to instead to revert, not stage selection, revert selection changes. Okay. Yeah. So what we're doing here is we are waiting for the first resumed event so that we can, for a fact, initialize our stuff. But that means that I need to create these things. Already over here. So this thing from the resume. Oh shit. Your hacker is more or less saying you can wait for the initial resumes that way and then just have regular loop. Yeah. But then I also, like, how do I get rid of this copy pasta? Like, I can copy paste this over there into my hack, right? But I need to extract this into a method instead, which means basically resume. For resuming, what do we need? We need a window and a context, right? And window, which is going to be self window take, which is going to be an optional window, basically, right? And the other is the context, and the context is going to just need a reference, so self gl context. Oh wait, but I need to replace it. Yeah. So I need a same like a field, right? So self gl context or mute is what I need. Let's see, what is this function? What is this function? Resume. It's going to take window, which is an optional. We need window. Also GL context, which is a mutable reference to an optional GL context, right? This thing. So instead it's going to be over here, window unwrap or else. Oh, and options then. Options is also something we need. What is options? Window target. Wait, I need a window target. Window target. What is a window target? Event loop window target. Event loop window target. T. What is a T? What is a T? T is just a, like, it doesn't even have anything. Resume T. Event loop target T. And GL config. GL config, as you say, we can get it from the OpenGL context, right? So even although this is an option, the option, it is only because we cannot move out and then move in, because we don't want it in an undefined state. But so this is actually not an option. We do GL context is GL context as mute unwrap. This is always there. So we do GL context config. Possibly current is not satisfied. Do I need to do this? I guess so. This doesn't work, right? Oh wait, it does, okay. And yeah, this is the GL config. The GL config is something that, fine, we can get rid of it. Yeah. Field. I'm not sure how best to call it. And resume returns the GL surface, right? That we are resuming with. Another type. Window field should be an because we're going to replace it, right? So this is a mutable option. So over here we do Windows field. Why does it even work? Hold on, unwrap or else. How does this work? I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't complain yet. GL config, no need. Okay, so we return this. So self window, borrow, mute, unwrap. Window target and options and GL context, yes. Wait, just borrow mute without the unwrapping. Okay, now it is complaining. Now it is complaining because we need to take out of the field. Alright, so now that this function is extracted, we need to call this function originally after our little hack. We're going to resume after the initial wait for the resume event over here, right? We know for a fact that this is where we have resumed. So we're going to resume. I mean, we know for a fact that we can successfully resume, right? You know what? I don't like the fact that I'm returning this because I can like forget to use it. Unless I do a must use here. I need to instead do GL surface field. It's going to be a mutable option of this, right? This is better. I'm doing a GL surface field. Replace with that. So here we do field self GL surface borrow it. Yep. Okay. All right. What we do here is that before creating the ugly, we need to resume basically. So over here we do everything, and over here we continue the hack. Continuation of our Android hack. So we do resume window field. We do let mut window is some window. Wait, is just window. Okay, it is mutable. Now it was not mutable before. Then we do. But with the window target, hold on. The window target is something that we only have in this thing. So you know what? You know what? This is something. This hack is going to go over here. So we need to do this hack only after we create all of our contexts. So we do CFG target, or if CFG target OS is Android. I mean, resume is something that I need to do anyway. Hold on. Do we have the resumed event on the other platforms? Probably not. Which means that, like, I need to initialize the context anyway on the other platforms. That's just on the Android we need to wait. Which means that the window target is something that is optional, right? Window target. Finalize window. This is going to be hard. Finalize window. Hold on. Can I wait? Hold on. So we were only creating windows, the window on the Windows, but can we create the window on everything except for the Android? Because you literally say if you don't care about running on Android, you can safely remove this condition and always pass the window builder, right? So why does it say only Windows? We create the window. Why don't we create it on everything except Android? And for Android, we use the hack. Because in order to finalize, we need this event target. Oh my god, this is so complicated. The window target only is required to finalize the window. Is only required to finalize the window. So I think we do this. This is going to be an option. And I'm going to unwrap here. Window target is going to be unwrapped. Oh yeah. All right. Over here we do some window target. But over here, over here. So basically on Android, we wait for the first resumed event. And I'm going to resume here. So window, ut window, window target is going to be here, window target. Right? Options, so that we have GL context. Is mutable GL context field, GL surface field, mutable GL surface. So this is going to be created, and we do let mut GL surface is none. So here we created after the first resume event. This is not current. GL context. And then we will wrap those into the ref cells. GL surface, window. All right. Can event loop as mutable? Okay, so this should be mutable. This is mutable. I just make it mutable here on our hack. Syntax error. Wait. Where's the syntax error now? What did I do? Hold on. I did something very wrong. How did I do something wrong? I just selected this text for no reason. That why? Okay, looks like we don't have any error messages. But so on the Android, this should wait for the resume, and then we basically have our GL surface, right? And on the not Android, we just do this immediately. So we just do the resume, like exactly the same, but without waiting for the event, which means that the window target is going to be none, and that is the only difference, right? Resume. And this T is whatever, is just nothing, right? And after that, I can assert that GL surface is some, right? So we already have the OpenGL surface. The OpenGL surface is current, and we can use our OpenGL. This is the hack, and this is going to work, right? Okay. 2 hours of refactoring. It's just going to work, I believe. It's not going to be a seg fault this time. It is not going to be seg fault. But it is a panic. Okay. Alright, so basically okay. It's because, like I was saying, we only wait for the resume or on anything except for on Android, which means that the window should be created on everything except for Android. Windows. So whenever we are checking for Windows, right, instead of doing this, we are doing if not target OS is Android, right? So on Android, we are going to not create the window immediately. On all the other platforms, we'll just do it as before. Okay, so this is the last fix, I think. Okay. Okay, they borrow mute error though. How can this happen? How can this happen? GL surface is already borrowed. I'm not resuming from inside the resume, right? This already does, and like has nothing to do with the ref cells. So how is it possible? So we're doing the get events. Wait, so this means that we have successfully initialized the OpenGL. I have successfully compiled my shaders already. We're doing the run return. We are already in this thing, right? I mean, yes, we are in the run return. Which means that all of the shaders have been already compiled, right? Yeah, see, we have loaded stuff. The debug overlay has been initialized. OpenGL is 4.6, yeah. We have all of that. So over here, I'm only borrowing the event loop. Get events. I guess it's because get events is going here. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, yeah. I see it. The swap buffers is borrowing the GL surface. Makes sense. And then over here we are also going to borrow it, but we are going to borrow it mutably, right? So GL surface. So yeah, over here, this is actually something that I don't understand right now. Over here, we have a ref cell, right? So when we're doing the borrow, we get ourselves back a ref, right? And this is the runtime, borrow checking, basically. So when is this thing going to be dropped? If I do a let else, is it going to be dropped at the end of the function? Can I not drop it early by using drop? Because if I just drop the GL surface, it's not going to work, right? Because GL surface is already just a reference. It's not a ref. It's already like dereferenced the ref from the ref cell. Okay. All right. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do instead if let. So if let, the GL surface is only needed to do the swapping of the buffers, right? So after that, this temporary is actually going to be dropped. So we're going to safely be able to do the get events, right? I think so. Let's see. Is this it, or is there anything else about the ref cell that I need to fix? Look, the game is working. This is good.